Now I beat him so. Jacob, come and beat. Like come here. Hey, come here. They come and beat him so.
Madam, your mic is on. No.
Good afternoon, class. I believe you're all doing well. Sorry, I'm not actually feeling well, so pardon me if my voice is not that audible or some way. In our next 3 minutes, we will start as early 2:15. In the next 3 minutes, I would want the leader of Group 3 to start the presentation. Thank you. And course rep, kindly take attendance for me. It's very important.
Yeah, hello class. Good afternoon once again.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Class, please, am I audible? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Hello, said uncle, please, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Papa, we can hear
Right.
you.
Okay, right. That's clear. So group 3, doc is ready. You can start. Okay.
Okay. Good afternoon, Doc. Good afternoon, class. I believe we are all doing well by God's grace. I'm Pamela Vera Frimpong, a member of Group 3.
But there,
And together with
can you let someone usher us into prayer before we kick
Okay.
this today, please?
Let's pray. Okay, Ishmael, go.
Okay, let's pray. Most gracious, most merciful, everlasting Father, we are grateful for such a wonderful day and time. We usher into a short time of prayer and we commit today's section unto your holy hand. Kindly begin with us, see us through, that at the end of it all, glory, honor, and adoration shall we mightily give unto your holy name. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So, Group 3, you have the floor. Go for it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Doc. So I am Pamela Vera Frimpong, a member of Group 3, and together with my other colleagues, we'll be taking us through the procurement cycle, which falls under Unit 3 of the Advanced Public Procurement Model. And so I would gladly introduce the other group members to the class. So Pamela Vera Frimpong, that's myself. We have Arthur Steven, Angela Yamoah Bekun, Elizabeth Oteng, Benjamin Dixon, Emmanuel Ashali Jani, Aaron Ofe, Sedenko Klu Ajevi, Juliana Abuaje, Joanna Ichampong, Daniel Kwate, Edithia Bwampoma Magdako, Theophilus Adumbonsu, Cassandra Ifua Akutubamfo, Nana Homa Anglo, Stephanie Dumoga, Norris Mensah Forsen, Gabriel J. Ishmelado, Obed David Dos Siame, and then we have Eric Ewuku. Please, next slide.
Please, are they all present?
Yes.
Doc,
we did.
All here.
All present.
Yes.
Yes,
Are you
Doc.
sure? Are you sure?
Yeah. Doc.
Hello, doc.
Okay, can
Please,
you
I'm
please
listening.
move?
Oh, Pamela, go ahead. Doc, please, I'll text you on WhatsApp.
All right, sure.
Okay, so please, next slide. Okay, so in relation to today's discussion or presentation, we have some objectives that we seek to achieve. But then before we dive deeper into it, we'd like to remind us of the previous units that have been discussed or presented on by our senior colleagues. The Unit 1 emphasized on the term procurement, the reforms, and the PPA regulations. Unit 2 also highlighted on the procurement objectives, procurement principles, and the practice. And this particular unit is also highlighting or discussing the procurement cycle. Now, these are what the presentation seeks to achieve: to define the procurement cycle and explain its importance in Ghana's public sector. And the second one is to walk us through all the 17 stages of the procurement cycle with meanings, activities, and responsible officers. The third one is to anchor each stage to Ghana's Public Procurement Act 663 as amended by Act 914, and then to use real Ghanaian public sector examples to make each stage practical and relatable, and also to identify risk of skipping any stage and best practices for compliance, and also to distinguish the procurement cycle from the procurement process, and lastly, to equip participants with knowledge to contribute to discussions, answer exam questions, and be able to apply the law. Next slide, please. Okay, so after the objective sets, the presentation also seeks to answer these key questions. The first one is, what is the procurement cycle? So after the presentation, we all should be able to know what the procurement cycle is all about, and then why it's important in Ghana's public sector. We should also be able to know the 17 stages of the procurement cycle under Ghana's public procurement framework. Also, what happens at each stage and the responsible officers. And then also the risk arise when stage or a stage is kept or poorly handled within the procurement cycle. Representation would also answer questions such as, how does the procurement cycle ensure value for money? So at the end of the presentation, we would know how the procurement cycle ensures value for money, transparency, fairness, and accountability. Would also know the difference between the procurement cycle and the procurement process. And then the most common procurement challenges in Ghana. Now, the big question is, what is the procurement cycle? What is the procurement cycle? That brings us to our major discussion this afternoon. Now, before we look at what the procurement cycle is, I would like us to have a brief understanding on what a cycle is. So in the first place, a cycle is something that repeats in a regular sequence and eventually returns to its starting point. It repeats in a regular sequence and eventually returns to its starting point. And so having this in mind, the procurement cycle is a structured series of steps a public entity follows to acquire goods, works, or services. And this starts from needs identification. That's the very first process in the cycle, needs identification, through to payment, and then audit review of the contract. And someone would ask why this is important. I mean, why should a public entity or firm go through all this hassle? Because the stages are 17, they're quite a number. So why should a public entity go through all this before it can achieve or can, procure goods, works, or services? And the response is this: all public entities are supposed to do so because, one, it is legally mandated. So by the law stipulated in the PPA, for every public entity to be able to procure, you should or must adhere to the procurement cycle. Without it, you can't go on. And even if you go on to do so, it means you have breached the regulations in the Public Procurement Act. And then also, once entities do that, they're able to ensure accountability, transparency, value for money at every stage of the spending. And this is because there are laid down rules and procedures or policies to follow. And once all these rules and procedures are being adhered to, definitely it's going to ensure accountability and then transparency as well. And we'll be able to achieve value for money at all the stages of spending within the cycle. It also provides a benchmark for the PPA, auditors and oversight bodies to assess compliance. And this is because once the laid down rules and procedures stipulated in the Act are being followed duly, it serves as a benchmark, kind of a measuring point for PPA to be able to compare the activities of the entity as against the laws or the measures stipulated in the Act. Auditors also have a view of whatever is going on within the public institution and will be able to measure it against the rules and the laws. And then oversight bodies are also able to assess compliance to know whether indeed, the public entities are going according to, are complying to whatever the law is asking public entities to do in terms of procurement of works, goods, or services. And this also prevents corruption, wasteful or maverick spending, and abuse of procurement processes. So once an entity goes by the approved laws, the approved rules, principles, and all of that, it's able to prevent corruption because there will be open tender, competitive tendering, transparency in the dealings. When it's time for the entities to open the tender documents, everyone should be present according to the act. So when all these things are being adhered to, definitely it's going to prevent corruption and favoritism and the likes. And then also, once you have this in place, as a public entity, you won't be able to spend beyond your budget. Yes, that has been approved by the Ministry of Finance. So it also serves as a guard to prevent maverick spending in the public institutions. And then lastly, it is important for each and every...
Hello, Pamela, right?
Yes, boss.
Can somebody explain what maverick spending means? For the sake of the class.
Okay.
Who understand the word the statement maverick spending?
Spending.
Yes.
Yes, in a layman.
Yes, raise your hand. Assuming I'm a layman and I own a business, you're a consultant, and in your presentation or you're explaining it to me, you made mention of maverick spending. I have no idea what it is. Can you explain? How would you explain that to me? Please, if you know, raise up your hand.
Okay, Ms. Aminta.
Yes, madam.
Yes, so please, in a layman's language, you can say that, we have something called impulse buying, something that has not been planned. But then when you see it, you feel like you need it, so you buy it. So when this processes and then principles are in place, it prevents that from happening because you can't spend beyond your budget, or you can't spend beyond what's the requirement that has been stated by the organization to procure whatever the organization is about to procure. You can't do otherwise. You can't go beyond it. So please, that is maverick spending. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more different ideas? The guys and the ladies. This one, I expect the ladies to know more. Fiona, is it Jocelyn or Josephine? Jocelyn. Fiona, are you here?
Yes, please. I'm here. Sorry.
Okay. How do you understand maverick spending?
Sorry, I've not had a chance to read on this yet.
We're supposed to do so.
Yes, I was under the weather.
Okay. Josephine. Josephine, are you there?
Yes, please, I'm here.
Okay. How do you understand maverick spending?
Okay, so purchasing made outside the approved procurement processes from the contract or the supplier's agreement. Yes.
Okay. Is there any more ideas? All right, thank you. You're all right. So there have been an approved budget that everybody in the team are supposed to stick to it. Then you send a purchasing officer and went out to buy items for the organization. And out of that, realized that, oh, this particular item is cheap, though the organization did not need it. Then because of the fact that it was cheap, you decided to buy it anyway, though they were not going to use it at that spot or other instances. That becomes a maverick spending. Spending money outside the accepted or the approved budgets within the organization. Women do it a lot. I mean, they will go to the market, not planning to buy shoes. you see a very nice shoes, then the money that you have been giving to heads for house chores, you just, try and squeeze and buy some because of the fact that it's cheap, not because it's needed or it was factored out into the budget. And we all fall corporate to this. So that's what maverick spending is. And as a professional, I think, or I know, this should be left out in our procurement processes. So it's very important we take note of that. No matter how cheap, no matter how easy accessible to that product, or how you think is maybe you are going to pack it the nearest later we are going to use it, you don't have to spend outside the budget. All right, thank you. Continue.
Okay, thank you. So lastly, as I mentioned earlier, every public entity in Ghana, being it MDAs, MMDAs, SOEs, teaching hospitals, and the likes, all these entities are obliged to follow the procurement cycle to the end. And so to end with, the procurement cycle is not merely a sequence of steps, but then a strategic management tool that provides directions and also serves as a benchmark for monitoring and evaluation. I would end here for my colleague Stephanie to proceed. Thank you. Stephanie.
Well done. Stephanie, continue. Stephanie, are you there? We will assume Stephanie did not come to class today. Course rep, take notes and mark her absent. Next person.
Please, she's having issues with her network and joining in. So she join in soon, please? Thank you.
Since when? Since when? Because I've not seen her online. That's why I asked the first question, that all the names that you've mentioned, are they all present? And you said yes.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello, colleagues. Let me come in with this before we proceed. Don't let this, the style of teaching or the style of learning seems to be like we are imposing anything on you. Just that we are not capable to teach you, or we can come to the class and read the slides to you, explain it to you, then end of case. But would that benefit you in any way? The foundation of we doing this is for us to understand on everything that we are learning, that at the end of the day, you meet your colleagues in the industry, you're able to recite or state the PPA laws and explain to the people, for the people to know that, yeah, you know what you're doing. Some, as we are all experiencing, some will come and just log in and be doing whatever that he or she wants. I've been in your shoes before, where I was a class rep, where at the end of the day, it should be left to 2 days to exam. Then somebody will call me, Andy, can you please send me the slides? It's not for the fact of getting the certificate, but your ability to understand what you learned and be bold enough to explain to others what advanced public procurement is, what it stands to gain, what are the benefits, and why you even learned it. So I beseech all of us to actively participate, whether it's your turn to come and present or not. Read that's the reason why we gave you the lesson notes. We could have just come to read the lesson note to everybody. Oh, lesson 1, this and that and that and that and that, as some of the other lectures do. Read everything to you, and at the end of the day, we any questions, no questions, then we are good to go. We give assignment or test, then we are good to go. But doing this will help you to assimilate everything that we are teaching. If for nothing else, you remember that Fiona said this in her presentation. Mr. Appiah said this in her presentation. So if even I don't remember, Mr. Appiah, I remember your presentation, you said this. Can you throw more light on it for me? And if you actively participated in the group work, there's no way you wouldn't know what you came to present. We are all busy. You have no idea the kind of work that people do and how busy others are. Some people leave the office as late as 11, 12 a.m., but they still make time to learn. So with all this respect, let's all participate. You are paying a lot of money just to acquire the certificate, not to acquire the certificate for acquiring the sake. Imagine you call yourself a graduate, you have master's degree, then you go for interview, or your boss will have a case or a point to explain certain things in the PPA Act. Then you remember, Daniel just completed master's. He did PPA and he did public procurement in his course. So let's approach Daniel to explain this part of the contract to us. Then come to think of it, now to Papa. So how embarrassing that one will be. So please, I'm begging you with all due respect, let's all participate in this act. This is the best thing that will ever happen to you. Not because we are teaching, but because the effect that it have had on some of your colleagues, your previous colleagues, that they can boldly stand somewhere and recite the PPA laws and challenge people that think they know. So logging in and staying out, expecting, knowing that, Daniel is very fluent, Daniel can talk, and at the end of the day, the whole group is going to get our marks, so there's nothing to be worried about. You're wasting your money. Thank you.
Hello, Emmanuel.
Thank
Can
you.
you please take over for us?
Thank you. Andy, I decided not to say anything regarding to what is happening. However, I know God willing next week we shall meet face to face. Then I will communicate something to you for you to understand the reason behind what we are doing. The fact of the issue is, if you don't understand anything, you should draw our attention for us to serve you and serve you well. If you're not here, we can't also be there. So please, I don't want the class to be disorganized. So I will leave you guys to continue with the presentation. God will when we meet face to face. And I'm a case with man, I'm a case with him. Wait a minute, sir. So Andy, ceasefire. Let's allow them to continue. If anyone is not ready, we can take charge. We are not going to allow anybody to waste our time. If anyone is not ready, you take the lead, you do the normal teaching or the normal vibes, then off you go. When the time is up, we end the class, then off you go for the day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. So would like to continue with the presentation. All right, so good afternoon again. Once again, sir, Mr. Andy, all other protocols observed. On this slide, we have the procurement cycle versus the procurement process. Here, we want to understand the difference between the procurement cycle and the procurement process so that the understanding will guide us through the knowledge we intend or the objectives that we intend to achieve by the end of the presentation. On comparison basis, we are looking at the definition, scope, frequency, legal basis, key outputs, the key sector or units that are responsible in management, and then what the cycle and the process are linked to and ends when. All right, so taking the first one, definition. The procurement cycle is a complete repeating roadmap of all procurement activities from the need identification to audit findings. Whilst the procurement process looks at specific sequences of procedural steps that follows each step and then they are executed in a single procurement transaction. So it means that it's sequential. You don't do the other thing before doing the other thing. It follows as it is stated in the act. Now, on scope basis, the procurement cycle looks at a bigger or a broader scope. That's macro scope. It covers all the activities involved in the procurement entity across the financial year of the public sector. And then on the procurement process side, it's smaller, relates to one specific contract or procurement transaction. All right, we are looking at the frequency on what's the frequency of procurement cycle as compared to the procurement process. So the procurement cycle gets to repeat itself every financial at the end of the entity as a whole. But then the procurement process occurs once there is a specific transaction that needs to be tackled. And then on legal basis, it is cited in the section 22 of the Act 663 as amended, and then the PPA guidelines as a whole. So on the procurement process side, we have it is governed by the specific section of the 663 depending on the method. So we have a method that you have to choose for your procurement transaction. So
Dan,
depending
please,
on the method,
can we use the act now? Can we go to the act session 2.1?
All right, sir. So
21. Let's see something. Act 663, okay. Session 2.1.
So Act 663, section 21. 1. A procurement entity shall prepare a procurement plan to support its approved program, and the plan shall indicate A. Contract packages, estimated cost for each year, the procurement method, and the process steps and times. Now, please, should I take all the 21, the section 21, the clauses under?
It's okay. Let's continue.
Right. Okay, sir. So the key outputs of the cycle as compared to the process are that on the cycle, an approved annual procurement plan, a complete audit trail across all the contracts that are being awarded in the financial year. And then that for the process, a signed contract for a specific good, work, or services, as we have stated. So the process is for a specific transaction. So it tackles a specific transaction. The procurement cycle are managed by entities as a whole. So we have the procurement unit, the entity tender committee, the finance ministry or department, and any other department that manages a whole unit. And then the procurement transactions or the procurement process are managed by the procurement units, evaluation committees, and entity tender committees for specific transactions. The procurement processes are linked to budget cycles, Ministry of Finance guidelines, and the PPA annual reporting. As that of the process is a specific line item in the procurement plan and a budget. Where it ends or when it ends, the procurement cycle never ends. Like my sister Pamela says, it starts and comes back to itself, and then it goes in that kind of flow. But the procurement process starts and then it ends. So in the procurement process, there is always a contract that is started. It is closed, payments are made, and documents are being written down and or documented, kept for audit sake and reference for the future. Next slide. With the procurement cycle, it has...
Sorry, can you go to the previous slide? So the procurement cycle versus the procurement processes. So based on all that she has read, who can summarize it? What does the procurement cycle entail, and how does it differ from the procurement process?
Okay,
please, you raise up your hand, we call you.
Okay. Sorry about that.
Okay, Jenny.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. So I believe that the procurement cycle and the procurement process have something in common, irrespective of the comparison. So if we are allowed to take it into mathematics, we can say that the procurement process is a kind of a subset of the procurement cycle, while the procurement cycle is the whole. So while the procurement cycle forms the general aspect of the whole procurement activity, The procurement process is just a subset or a sub-part of the entire procurement. So it's a unit. In a layman term, it's a unit of the entire procurement cycle. Sir. Thank you.
Okay, any more contribution?
Hello, please permit me to contribute without raising my hand.
Can
The one
anyone hear me
presenting.
now? I have a contribution. I don't know if anyone can hear me, please.
That is why I said raise up your hands. Once you raise up your hand, I will see, then I'll call you.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Hello, Sir Andy. Please, I'm Ishmael. I'm the one sharing my screen. It seems from my end, I can't raise my hand. That is why.
Okay. Oh.
Yeah. So if maybe with time I interrupt, kindly permit me on that. Thank you. Okay, so the difference between the procurement cycle and the procurement process. The procurement process actually is when an entity wants to acquire an item. Let's say Ghana Health Service want to acquire a dialysis machine for one of its hospitals. Once they go through the necessary processes to acquire that dialysis machine, then the process ends. That is the process. But the continuous contracting of vendors for them to pick bids to acquire an item, the continuous process. The continuous means is what the cycle is talking about. So the cycle is basically multiples of processes, which is continuous. Thank you.
Well done. Okay, any more question? Any more contribution? Sorry.
Sir, please, Stephanie has her hand.
Steph, sorry.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. I've been having system glitches and I find it difficult to hear most of the things. But based on what we are discussing, I also want to add that the procurement cycle mostly involves the entire institution, and it actually happens every year, irrespective of the project you're going to work on. But when it comes to the procurement process, that ends once a particular how do they call it, project has come to an end. So that's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much. So in short, or in brief terms, assuming you want to buy a car, so the process is all about buying the car, which includes requesting approval to buy the car, obtaining quotations, evaluating suppliers, and so forth and so on. But the procurement cycle starts way before acquiring that particular product. Identifying the need for a car. Do you have budget for it? How do you buy the planning? And the buying it and the using it, and even after it has been used, the maintenance and monitoring its performance, whether it's actually what we intended to use it for. Is it fulfilling that part? So as my brother from the onset said that the process is embedded in the cycle, he was on the right place. So knowing those two distinctions, we're able to help you to know, okay, so at this point, does the company or the organization needs this? If the organization needs it, what does it entail? And what processes or procedure do we need to follow to get it, the item bought, to be able to fulfill what is needed for the intended purposes? So getting to know this distinction and the similarity, mostly we interchange when it comes to the explanation or understanding this, but there are core differences as to which of them and what they both perform. So getting to know this thing will help you to, as a professional, know which one starts and which one ends and where the other one continues. All right, proceed.
Okay, thank you very
Please,
much,
are
sir.
we all in the same platform?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Please, do we all get it? Or somebody have a question to ask? All right,
We
then
get
continue.
I have a question. I'm sorry, but I don't know. It's not a question. When you were mentioning the name, I did not hear my name. It was breaking from my end, so I don't know if it was mentioned or something.
Are you part of the group?
Yes, sir.
Has your name been mentioned?
Sir, I don't know because I didn't hear it.
Well, if you have not heard your name, then you are online. Then probably your name have not been mentioned. So stay on.
Hello, Miss
Okay,
Aminta. She
move on.
was supposed to take what Papa did, but we learned that her network was bad. So she
Okay,
is the Stephanie lady they mentioned.
okay, then you can take another slide. So
yeah,
stay.
sure.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
all right. Thank you, Sir Andy. So in continuing, in the procurement cycle, it is embedded with 17 stages at a glance. We want to look at it at a glance, but my team and I will be going into it one after the other, as we have cited initially, and this will help us achieve our objectives that we stated from the beginning. So at a glance, we have stated that there is always a need, and then there is always a plan. So like Mr. Andy explained, when the cycle starts, it starts way before the process. So you identify the need for yourself, then you start planning, whether you have the budget and then all of that, how you are going to purchase it, and then all of that. So there is planning that goes into it. And then you do a requisition, you prepare a requisition for your need, and you go ahead to choose the procurement method. You prepare the tender, do an invitation for the tender, you submit, you open, and you follow suit with evaluation. There is an approval of the tender, and then finally a contract is signed. The contract is then administered and goes under monitoring. Inspection and acceptance is also done at the cycle stage, payment process, record keeping and reporting, and finally, the procurement audit and a review of all that has transpired. Next slide.
Hello, Mr. Kwoti, please a minute. Hello, Mr. Andy. Please, on your submission, you said the procurement cycle starts way before the process. Please, I would like to ask a question on it or further clarification. From my point of view, I'm seeing if we want to buy the dialysis machine, that is one procurement cycle, and one full procurement cycle is a process, meaning from stage one, needs identification, getting the dialysis machine, through to stage 17, procurement audit and review. Once we are done getting our dialysis machine, there is procurement audit and review. One full procurement cycle becomes one full complete procurement cycle then becomes a procurement process. That is how I understand it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Ishmael. Please go forward so that we can proceed.
Okay, Shima. So let's use. I like using practical terms in it as a caveat to answer my question. So let's look at this as an example. A public hospital needs to buy an X-ray machine. So the need arises when the need arises for them to buy the machine. That's where the cycle starts. So the cycle realizes that, or the hospital realizes that the patient, let's say, travel all the way from, let's say, Sugakope for an X-ray because the hospital has no machine over there. Okay. The question that we need to ask ourselves is, do we really need it to buy the machine at that point? So how many patients require it at that particular point? Or what type of machine is needed? So with this, the beginning of the procurement cycle starts. Before that, nothing has started until a need is triggered. Okay? Nothing has started until the need is triggered. So once a couple of people have come with that particular need, that is where the hospital will start to analyze it. Do we actually need X-ray machine in here? If the answer is obvious, then it's yes. Then that's where the process starts. Then how do we acquire the X-ray machine? So the procurement process begins once the need has been what? Approved by management that, oh, okay, we need it based on the number of cases that we are having. Then what do we do? What do we do? Then that's where they have to what? Prepare a tender document, advertise it on the issue on our dailies, then receive it from people, then you know the process. So this is where the process comes in. But the cycle happens when we started having cases of what? The need for X-ray. And management come to the realization that X-ray is needed at the hospital. So after that need has been identified, then the process of acquiring the X-ray what? Starts. My brother, do you get it?
Yes, please.
Hello?
Are you getting the understanding?
Are you getting me?
Yes, please.
Good. So the procurement process, so think of the procurement as the shopping phase of what? The cycle. Think of the procurement as the shopping phase of the cycle. After all the processes have gone through and the contract have been awarded and it has been delivered, that is where the procurement process ends. But mind you, the cycle has not what? Has not ended. We need to also continue to assess whether the machine that we bought is actually performing its functions. Whether it has met its required purposes. Do we need to continue? Did we do a due diligence in getting it? Its lifespan, is it giving us the actual results that we needed? All these things are part of the cycle, though the process was what? Ended. So as it was said earlier on by one of our colleagues, it's part of the cycle. The process is part of the cycle, but the cycle does not end when the process ends. Its management at the end of acquiring the product, its management at the end of the day, what are some of the things that we need to do to ensure that we get value for money? Its last, its maintenance, and everything. Even the trained personnel to work on it, the qualified trained personnel to work on it to ensure that he or she did not press a certain button that will cause it to collapse faster than we anticipated. They are all part of the process. And even does not end there. After it has exhausted its useful age, its disposal and replacement, they all form part of the cycle. So that is what distinguishes the cycle from the process. Process at a point that it ends, whilst the cycle still continues to a certain limit. I don't know if you get me.
Completely understood, sir. Thank you.
You're welcome. Please continue.
All right.
All right. So, Mr. Andy, thank you for enlightening us more on the cycle and that of the process with the classical example you gave us. That's very laudable. Thank you. So, in continuing, every procurement process has starts with a phase, or I think that every procurement process goes through phases. Now, we want to look at the pre-procurement phase, and then we go forward to look at the other phases. Now, in the pre-procurement phase, laying the foundation for it, it goes through 1 to 5. We say first off, identifying the need. Then we plan for the need, and then we budget for it. We go ahead with and we select the right method that needs to be used for the procurement process. Please go to the next slide.
So can we say, please go back. So can we say this is a process or a cycle?
Stage 1 to stage 5 currently is a process,
It's a
which
process.
is embedded in a cycle.
All right.
Yes. Yeah. Right. Okay.
Okay, my further question is for the fact that we all want to grab what is here. What process that the needs identification goes through? You're a procurement officer. Then the IT guys come to you. We need to buy a computer. What would you need to be able to get the right computer to them? Question to the whole class.
So please, can you come again with the question? I struggle to understand.
My question is, you are an IT, you are a procurement professional or officer in one of the local governments. Then the finance department comes to you. Oh, Obed, we need computer. Then you say, oh, okay. What information will you need to be able to get the right computer to them? Okay, Pamela.
Yes, boss. So, boss, sir, please, you would need the technical specifications of the type of computer that they are requesting for.
Good.
Thank you.
Fiona.
So what are the types of specifications? The type of specifications that you based on in selecting those kind of machines?
Doc, the specification
performance or technical? I just want to know.
Fiona, your hand is up.
Yes. So to answer Doc's question, with regards to the computers, once it's coming from a specific requesting unit, we believe that they should have identified the particular type of computer they need. So for instance, if it is upon the assessment and upon the security protocols of that particular organization, they could go for maybe a high spec, maybe for their needs. Assuming they were buying a computer for exploration, right, purposes, they are supposed to be going for a very high spec computer. Now, if they were buying it for ordinary use, like in the office for colleagues and all, it's not going to be the same. So the requesting unit will be in the best position to determine the specifications they require for the computer in their scope of work. So now to the earlier question that was asked, if I have a requisition from the requesting unit asking for the purchase of computers, I'm first going to demand the scope of work. And in the scope of work, I should have the specifications, the minimum requirements, and all that, so that at least I know what I am going to be evaluating the bidders on. Then again, they would have to give me their quantities, their estimated quantities. I'd look for that. Then I would also request them to give me a purchase requisition, something that confirms that this has been signed and approved by the manager and has also gone through budgetary checks before I act on it. And once I receive that packet, in case it doesn't meet the requirements, I will send it back to them for them to work on it and send me a fully loaded packet. That will be enough for me to be able to run a tender. And if it's going to also be a single source, they would have to supplement that with a justification why they are single sourcing to one particular company. Is it that when we search the whole market, that company is the only one that can give that to us? Or is it that they have their franchise? And that would make sense. So these are the things I would look out for should the requesting unit come to me asking for my assistance in purchasing computers.
Thank you very much, Fiona. Based on what you said, I have a question, or I have further explanation to that. But let's call Alexander, and I'll come in later.
Hello, class. Good afternoon. So I want to ask a question pertaining to the procurement cycle. So in the case of emergency situation, are you going to follow
So
the
you
whole
have
process?
you have a question. Let's go to the contribution. We'll come to you. Fiona, can you please lower your hand? Kevin.
Okay.
Kevin, is yours question?
Sir, yes, it's a contribution to the question that was asked. I think
Okay.
I'll also continue from where Madam Fiona ended. I'd wanted to just sum it up, but in her submission, she made mention the main thing that is required. I think you said if the is it the finance or they are requesting for a computer, that department, I think I didn't hear it. They are requesting for a computer from the procurement side. What has to be done? I think she mentioned it. They need to raise a requisition, and the requisition is going to bear all those technical, the quantity, all those things is going to bear it. So it's upon the procurement unit. They are to source for quotation. The requesting department, they don't bring a quotation. The procurement department, they put in a quotation.
They
source for quotation.
always come with their PR.
Yes, they come with
either
their
PR or PO. Purchase order or purchase requisition.
The PO is when the quotation has been approved. Then you send a purchase order.
Yes,
so that it can be So it's a cycle. You request when the quotation is given, then you issue a PO, and when the PO is also done, when you deliver it, then you issue a delivery note. So it's a sequence, it's a procedure. So I think this is what I want to also add to it. Thank you.
That's fine.
All right, thank you, Kevin.
Hello, Doug.
Yes.
Apologies, I should have raised my hand, but I think I have challenge with my hand raising. Ebenezer here. I think the first question I'll ask the end user is whether they have budget for it. When they agree that there's budget, then that is where we'll proceed with requisition and specification. And then on is this.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Ba.
Welcome, Doc.
Obed, please go for it.
Please, I want to ask a question based on this laptop issue.
Oh, yours is a question.
Yeah, a question. Yeah, sure.
Okay, let me come in here. You see, when it comes to requisition, okay, let me do mine in the form of question. So, I work in a finance office. Yeah, professional purchasing officer. Then I've come to you. You know the kind of work that I do. Then I've come to you.
Sorry, I'm very sorry, sir. I want to ask a question based on the purchase order before we proceed. Sorry, if not, there will be some kind of.
We will.
I want to ask, in the public sector, is a purchase order raised in the name of the supplier selected, or is just a purchase order?
There's a question on the floor.
Mr. Andy, I'm already confused with your question. So proceeding into another question, I think I'll get more confused. I was thinking
the question that I asked.
Your question, if I wanted a clarification on it, because I was listening closely, and you were asking if there is a need.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what happens to establish the need? How do you establish a need? If I get it clearly, I was getting a question like that.
My question was, as you said, my question was, I'm in the account office. Then I need I need a laptop. Then I come to the procurement officer. Yes, what is required? What would the purchasing officer need to confirm in order to initiate their processes? Do you get it now?
Are you clear with the question?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Right.
Thank you.
So that's how come they came with all these processes, that product specifications and the urgency that I need it, and the specs and other things that have to come to them for them to also, if they have further questions, to clarification. That is where my further questions also comes in. That's the fact that I came with a need. Is my need going to be honored after spelling out the specs and the urgency and other things? Is that what the PO is going to base on it to place its requisitions, or there are other things that they need to carry out? Assuming I'm a finance officer, then I come, then I tell you, oh, I need, what is the latest let's say I need Apple laptop with a speed of, let's say, I don't know whether the latest is called i7 or something. The Core i7, or let me use Huawei. Huawei is very expensive. I need a Huawei with the highest, the latest speed and the latest leak, and I'll give you all the specs. Then I said, this is what my office needs. Then I present to the PO. Are they going to initiate the process based on my requisition, or what are they going to do? It's a practical question. It can happen to
Hello,
in
Sir
fact, it has
Andy.
happened before. It has happened
Hello,
to
Sir Andy.
everybody in your base position. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So if the finance, let's say the finance officer has identified a need to get the latest laptop, well, providing the very spec and the agency and what have you to the PO, what needs to be done here is, I believe offices or organizations work with pre-established trends and what have you. So they need to evaluate and vet the need. Is it that the machines currently within the finance department are unable to run the current softwares that the organization needs to meet whatever target they have set for themselves? So once that question is answered, let's say it is a no, then they do further checks. Okay, if the machines are not that obsolete and they are able to run the latest software, then they do other checks. Okay, let's review the machines we are currently having. Perhaps we bought it years back. Are they in good condition? Yes, they are in good condition. So if finance department claims they need the latest spec machine, and yet the 5 years old HP laptops that we have are still capable to run our latest software as an organization, then that need, irrespective of how urgent or needful the finance department says they need it, they don't work solely, or they are not just a department working entirely on themselves or for themselves. It is for the good of the entire organization. So if after all these processes are done and it is realized that the old machines that we have in the business or the finance department are capable and they are able, that need that has been identified by the finance department will just be cut off. Like, it won't go through the procurement cycle because it will not be attended to. That is what I have to say on your question. Thank you.
Thank you. I saw Mr. Pearson's on. I saw Mr. Pearson's up.
Yeah. So, with your question, I think that to start with, there should be a plan linked to budget. So, whatever he's asking for, is it in the annual plan? is it, and if it's linked to the annual plan, whichever department that is coming from or whichever sector that is coming from, is it part of their budget? The budget of with the item involved, is it really in line with it or it's not? These things will have to come to play before now we said to check whether, okay, yes, it's part of it, but do we actually need it now? Or we can shift it to the nearest future or something like that. That's what I wanted to add to it.
All right, your submission is well noted. Yeah, Obed, we are the last one on our committee.
My question is based on what you said for
Obed, yours is question. Okay, hold on. So all your contributions and suggestions are well noted and they are all right one way or the other. But one thing is that we spoke of principles of value for money and principles of professionalism. So once the fact that the organization of the finance people comes with a specific request, doesn't mean that automatically as a professional, activating the principles of professionalism and value for money, it doesn't warrant that, okay, they said they need it, so let's go and buy it. So you understand the operations of the account. Are they asking for more or actually what suits their operations? If Core I5 can do and perform well based on the systems and operations that you use to perform your activities, why requesting for Core I7? Do we get it? So when it happens like that, then the principles of value for money is not be in play here. So you are in the position to scrutinize the request that they bring. Say, oh, you say you need this and that and that. Interdepartmental collaboration. You said you need this and that and that and that. Upon further thought and investigation, we realize that the same work or activities that you perform, this particular specs can equally perform it without any hassle, without any problem or issue. Then why request for this, costing the institution more? Instead, we can go for this, which can perfectly do the work that you are proposing, that is calling for the need for a new machine. But you are requesting for a higher specification, of which there's going to be a redundant. So why don't we, you also suggest, and upon interdepartmental heads consensus or agreements or deliberation, you'll be able to establish that, oh, okay, it's true. We requested for this, but knowing it, we can see that this particular one, so here, the finance people will be in, the procurement people will be in, and also the IT people will be in. Then you judge and realize that whether the needs that they brought actually fit and is going to give value for money, or it is going to be a redundant or a waste. For that matter, they should go for a best possible option that can equally give the resource, but spending moderately that wouldn't, affect the cash flow of the institution. So as a profession, it's not the fact that they bring it, then you accept, oh, they say they need it, but let's put in the tender, people have to apply, and blah, 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 you pitches. But you also need to scrutinize the requests that they bring. If possible, you see any anomalies, you invite the various departmental heads, then you say, oh, okay, you brought this, and I think this can do. Now let's bring the IT people into the whole thing, the whole show. They are requesting for this, and these are their operations. And per my experience and knowledge and everything, this particular brand or this particular specs can equally perform the same task without we incurring more. What do you think as an IT? So the IT will also bring their input. If whatever request that they brought is justified, if not, then why don't you do something that will give value for money instead of wasting or spending above the budget, whilst we can equally go for alternate specs that can usually perform the same task. The same apply to bringing a particular brand. Then the brand that you are bringing this cost more, and there's a particular brand with the same specs and with the same strength and with the same capacity, which costs less, can give the same value that we need without any future extra cost. Both of you can sit, both of the team departmentals can sit and judge and choose the one that will best fit the situation. So instead of thinking or instead of accepting every request that comes from user department, it's sometimes wise to scrutinize it, sit down, go to the market, probably request or consult an expert. Here the case, the IT people, to be able to establish or deny the request that they bring and propose a very important or equally good option that can best fit the work, that wouldn't give a future issues, and you will exactly or usually meet the requirements without further complications. So I think as professions, we should also look at that area too, not only accepting everything or endorsing everything that the user department brings, but also scrutinize it, bringing the appropriate experts into it. And if it fits within the budget and it fits within the requirements, then why not? But if there's any other alternative that can help perform the same task, give value for money, then I think the suggestion and the idea consolidation will be able to help to get the best one for the institution without incurring further cost. So that's my contribution. Yeah, Obed, now you can bring your question.
Okay. I think you said a lot. My question is aligned to exactly what you said. But my question is, this is an issue that a contract has been awarded concerning this laptop issue, acquiring laptop, and based on a contract, the specs and everything have been made to the vendor. Here is the case that the vendor brought or supplied these laptops, and they're going through receiving it, going through the system, looking at it, the way bill they brought, you realize that some of the specs were not aligned with what was in the contract. And when you try to push forward or find out why they brought specs that is, let's say, higher than what was in a contract, they were saying that, oh, it's okay, it's the same price, was okay. And you move forward, let's say you meet the GM of IT department, you find out this is the issue at hand. If the issue, the contract, what they are bringing is higher than what is the contract, but the same price, what should we do? And the GM of IT said, no, it is said, let's receive it. You as a manager or as an officer, what should you do to this?
Obed, is it Obed who just asked this question?
Yeah, this Obed.
Obed, this question has been asked 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago, yeah, I remember.
Yeah, and we dealt with it. And now you are back asking the same question. Obed.
Okay, Prof, let me help you.
No, and we are far behind time.
No,
we need to finish everything. Yes, please.
I wasn't satisfied with the answers provided. That's why I'm bringing it out for her to digest and dissect it well, for me to get into it. What I should do if I'm in that situation, what I should do. That's why I'm bringing it out again.
Okay, Prof, let me come in here. So, Obed, let's assume the organization need Toyota Corolla to support the movement of the workers or the manager or anything. Then Toyota Ghana comes in to say, oh, okay, they said the amount is 250,000 Ghana cedis, but we can give you 4x4. Everything is intact, brand new. It works perfectly at the same price of 250,000 cedis. I don't think it's in the wrong direction. Once it's able to perform, the major concentration is on ability to give value for money. If they were paying more, or if there's a future recurring cost that is imminent, or that's actually going to give rise to the price in the near future, or within the specific period of time, let's say in the shortest possible time, we are going to incur the same. Assuming you are buying brand new Toyota Corolla, then they say, oh, we have a home use a year 4x4, it's costing the same thing. Then your case comes in that, look, we want a brand new. Brand new means we have about 4 or 5 years warranty or 3 years warranty. That in case something happens, we are going to repair it with no cost. Home use does not have that warranty. So if something occurs within the next a year, 2 years, 3 years, it means that the company needs to incur more cost. And at the end of the day, we are going to realize that had we paid the 260 Series 50 for the Corolla, it would have been much better than within the next 4 years, the cost that we have incurred on the 4x4. So that then their case is not justified. But if you are giving me a brand new 4x4, then a brand new Toyota Corolla at the same price, though the specs are higher, but the same price, that can give me a bit comfort. Then I think there's no issue in arguing that because it's not part of the spec. But the most important thing is that you need to make a note and the explanation as to why you are going for. You stated this in the quotation and the agreement, and later on it's coming to this. You need to agree on certain things so that later on they wouldn't bring you an extra bill that, oh, we made a mistake. It was supposed to this when we said this. But once all these protocols are established and there are paperwork done and everything you have checked and everything is intact and it's working perfectly, it's brand new and other things, I don't think it should call for alarm. That's my opinion, though.
Okay. Thank you. I want to come in again.
Okay.
Here is the case. All those what you said have been established.
Okay.
And so now, what do I say to external auditors when they come in to audit this particular? What do I say to them when they take the contract? They look at the contract. This is what the contract says, and what the vendor or the supplier brought. This one say. What do I say to that? How do I answer that?
Okay, so I made mention of documentation and explanation for the appropriate managers to sign and endorse. Okay, so auditor came, we're going to buy this particular product, and the same product can, but a higher version. And upon deliberating and assessing that the higher version is better in terms of price, and if we were to buy the higher version, it could have cost, let's say, 400,000. We did a due diligence ensuring that everything works and is able to perform the same function that we intended to use the previous one for. But we had it a lesser price or at the same price as the one that we were buying. I don't think that the auditor is going to frown or the auditor is going to surcharge you for buying something higher, something with a higher specs that perform exactly the task and even more. And at the end of the day, you did not incur any loss. I don't think the auditor is going to. And by proving with the necessary documentations and everything, not that, oh, we bought it because my manager says he knows the person and the person is in dilemma that the person want to sell it. And even if the person want to sell it, does it incur an extra cost to the organization? Have we spent more on repairs? No, maybe after, when we compare the total cost of ownership, is it higher than the one that we agreed to buy? If it does not, the auditor is not going to surcharge you for that. But if it is, that is where the auditor is going to prone more to see whether there's any kind of unfairness or there's any kind of fraudery or there's any kind of theft or anything. But after scrutinizing your document and see that you follow the right process, but just that you are lucky to have something higher that perform the same tax and more, and you didn't incur any further, or there wasn't any fraudery or any conniving in it, the auditor is not going to fault you for that. If you listen to the PAC, the Public Account Committee, there are some of these MCs and the accountant and these directors that they've been commended for doing a good job, for getting more for the state at a lower cost than those that had less for a higher cost. You get it?
Okay, and I understand you, and I think you are right in this aspect of it.
Sandy, I disagree with you. I
Hello,
disagree.
hello. Let me finish, then you can come in. Here is the case that when I raise is a personal issue. When I raised it at the office, I went to GMIT. So this is the issue. Fine. Then GMIT, he justified the whole thing, which is okay by me. Then give me a note on it concerning this specific item, so that when the external auditors comes and then there's issue, this note will cover me as a person. He failed to do that. He doesn't want to do it. So as an officer, what do you think I should do? Since we are talking about documentation and other thing.
Can I come again?
So basically what I'm saying is concerning this specs and then issue.
Mm-hmm.
I raised the issue with a contract that what the way they brought and the item we brought, they are higher, blah 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 blah. Finally, I moved to GMIT. That is the issue. He tried to convince me to accept it because it's higher than what they requested, which is okay by me. Now, for me to be safe, I asked him that he should give me a note, written note. Since we are talking about documentation and then the auditor issue, he should give me a note covering this, indicating that they are accepting it, but it's not costing the company more, but it's the same. And the IT GM failed to do that. What do you expect me to do?
Let me tell you something.
I think the other time we even advised that sharing of mail will do.
Yes, write a mail, let them respond.
Yes, that's what we said.
Just write a mail to them, let them respond. Before you go ahead to accept the contract or to push it forward, just write a mail
the respective heads.
Yes, if they have not responded or they have not given the green lights, you can act on autonomous. So write the mail. Thank you. So if there's any further question, you have my number. You can call for time's sake.
All right.
Let's move on.
Because this is debatable, so I'll
Clement,
take it.
I've
I'll
seen
get
your
to it and
question.
we discuss it.
You will address it in due time. Okay, I've seen your question, Clement.
Yeah, very well. Very well.
You address it in due time. Okay, continue.
Right. Okay, Ishmael, please next slide. Thank you, Mr. Minta and Doc, for enlightening us on that. I mean, Obed, that's nice. All right, so need identification is the first step. And I think we have said a lot about need identification. We have to justify the need. It is not just identifying the need. It is not enough, but you have to justify the need. And Mr. Minta has made us understand that sometimes when you dialogue with the department that are placing the requisition, you realize that even what they need something more, or perhaps you can get them something that will work. But then looking at the cost and everything that has to come in, you can arrive at a good decision. And sometimes too, this in the process of identifying the need, you avoid the maverick spending that we mentioned earlier on. So I think the example that Mr. Minta gave about purchasing the device and all that highlights the fact that you need to really identify and justify that this is indeed a need, and that will work. Next slide, please. Right. The procurement process also follows with procurement planning, as I read or as I quoted from the Act 663, that entities must submit procurement plans to the entity tender committee not later than 30th November each year. So the last month of the last month before the end of the year. And plans must be updated quarterly and published on the PPA website. In planning, there is a purpose. The purpose is to channel all scarce public funds to priority needs and then enable bulk purchasing, stimulate private sector growth, and provide an oversight checklist. There are some activities that are being performed under the planning or that goes into the planning. Look at department submit procurement requirements to the public unit by September. Stores analyze the stock ledger and usage patterns. The procurement unit does the compilation and packages all the requirements. Then there is a draft plan that is submitted to the entity tender committee for approval. The plan approved by committees are then submitted to the PPA by the month before the end of the year, and then the plan is published. There is a revision in January, and then it then reflects in the approved budget. And like I mentioned earlier, that quarterly reviews and updates are submitted to the PPA. And we have said a lot. We've given good examples in our questions and all that for as an example. Next slide, please. Right, next slide. This one also is the same as the other slides. So Stephanie will take us through the key drivers of the procurement plan, and then we move faster. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
All right, sure.
Thank you so much, Papa, for the great work. So I'm going to take us through the key drivers of the procurement plan, focusing on the three actors that are projected. Now, we first want to look at the procurement unit. Now, the procurement unit, we can see that, or we know that that is the central coordinating body when it comes to procurement plan. And then they are the ones that have to issue instruction to departments and then also collect maybe submission or other draft aided procurement plans from the other departments. And then we also have to notify them about budget approval. Now, what happens that, let's look at an example where the ministry will need to buy, we'll look at the laptop as an example again. Then the procurement issue has to ensure that the request is properly documented first, is being budgeted for, and then it also aligns with the threshold, because of course they don't want to do anything that is above the threshold, and then of course if there is no budget for that, they cannot proceed with that. So we want to ensure that these are being, the procurement plan is being driven by these factors. We want to look at the store department, which is another actor. We are seeing them as the ones who control our stock, and then they are the ones who have the true value of inventory in our organization. So they are able to tell us that this particular item is running low or it's at a reorder state. And then if there is a need for replenishment, they put in the requisite processes to get those, replenished. Now we want to look at, we also want to say that they also rely on approved plan to manage their inventory, because they don't work in isolation. So of course they want to, based on whatever plan that is available, to be able to execute their tax as well. So an example could be that if a stock that is, the stock record shows that maybe medical gloves in the hospitals are nearly maybe getting out of stock. The store department has to calculate how many that they need to actually take. If it is the beginning of the year that they are planning for the whole year, then they need to be able to determine that, okay, this is the number of gloves that are needed for the entire, year for the organization, or let's say the hospital. So they are able to plan that ahead. And then they provide factual data so that decision procurement decisions are made based on those actual facts that they have at hand. We want to look at the third aspect, that is the actor we are looking at as the head of the department. That is, yeah. With that, we want to say that they identify what their teams need. They categorize the items into groups or into whatever category that they think best fit their operation. They do that and then set up deadlines and then maybe, let's say, completion dates. Yeah. So we can also look at an example as a project team that maybe has to carry out a construction project, and let's say construction materials need to be grouped into maybe sections. We have the cement, we have the steel, and maybe, let's say, roofing sheets, all other items that are needed for that particular construction project. They have to actually categorize them. They set timelines, which is very crucial with their bit of it. And then they also ensure that packaging and other deliveries, in fact, delivery timelines are actually met. Please, let's go to the next slide, looking at the mandatory component of a procurement plan. So these are the items that no matter what you are variations you want to make in your procurement plan, you cannot compromise on these terms that we are coming to look out for. The first is the packaging and the contract package and lot. So we have to understand that all goods and, okay, let's say all goods, works, and services, as we always mention in procurement, must be itemized and then grouped into logical packages. Yeah. So with that, we want to look at an example that has to do with buying of office equipment. So we can say, let's say, office furniture. We look at table, decks, and all those things. And so you want to ensure that whatever it is that you are going to actually pursue is something that you have, fair idea of, and has put them in the proper ways that at the end of the day, your procurement plan or whatever that is being stipulated in the Public Procurement Act based on the content that has to be in your procurement plan are not being compromised. We want to look at the second aspect or the second content of the procurement plan as the estimated cost per package. So each package or packages that or whichever the project is that you are going to manage, you should be able to know the estimated cost of it. You don't just get up and do things without even knowing the cost involved in that. So that is one thing that we want to look at. And actually, that particular aspect prevents you from overspending, because the money that you are spending is not for you. You are spending from the public coffers. So you want to ensure that you are accountable, and then, in fact, you are able to achieve value for money as possible. Whichever way possible, you want to just follow the procedures and then ensure that value for money is achieved. Then we will have to talk about the procurement method. Procurement method here, we know the various types of procurement methods that we have. We have the NCT, ICT, and what have you. This has to depend on the price of, the contract, or let's say the project that you are pursuing. That will determine the type of procurement method that you will use. And then you also have to ensure that you always know the threshold for these methods of procurement. So yeah, at the end of the day, that is going to help you to choose the let's say the best procurement method to use for whichever project that it is that you're going to carry out. Now we want to look at the approving authority. of course, you don't work in isolation as procurement department, and so whatever plan that you're having for your buying organization should at least be approved by a higher authority. Okay, so this one has to do with depending on what it is, and then structure of your organization, but we are focusing on public procurement, so definitely the public sector. It will depend on the value or and the category that whatever it is that you are doing, that will determine the people that has to do with give you the approval to go ahead with that. We can look at the entity tender committee, that is the ETC that we always look at, then the tender review board. Now, we want to cite an example to get a better understanding of this. We can say that if we want to picture something minor, this may be approved by the entity head. And then if it is going to be a multi-million, dollar project and those things, then that, of course, you have to seek the approval of the tender review board. Yeah. So with this, you are sure that whatever you are doing is being backed by higher authority. We have the processing steps and then deadlines. And of course, this is something that we've spoken about, or we spoke about in the past presentation in our classes. We want to ensure that our plan outlines the timeline, and then all the administrative steps that has to go into it. We talk about the delivery, and then the end of the project, that is the contract closure, or how do they call it? The project has come to an end. Yeah, that's how I'll put it. Now we want to look at the last bit of the content as the source of funding. As I explained with one of the points earlier on, you cannot just get up and do things without knowing the cost. So here we want to look at where the money is coming from. This project that you're coming to embark on, where is the revenue, or let's say, where is the funding coming from, that you are sure that you will be able to fund this, how do they call it? The project. So it could be in your program, that is the plan, procurement plan. It could be clearly identified that maybe, okay, this is going to come from internally generated fund, or maybe government budget and what have you. Okay, so I just want to cite an example that maybe we want to, there is this, how do they call it? Okay, let me just use a hospital. Yeah. So an NGO wants to, okay, we're talking about public procurement. I don't want to use the NGO part of it, but there is this part of, let's say, no bed syndrome staffs that are going on everywhere in our hospitals now. They want to carry out a project to ensure that they combat this kind of no bed syndrome in the country. So when it comes to that, you are able to determine that, okay, you should be able to determine that, okay, that we are going to get our funding from the public covers, or maybe some NGO is going to support the, this, or whatever source you are going to get the fund to ensure that beds are available in all the hospitals. You want to state that in your program, I said program plan. You want to say that in your procurement plan, so that you are not just stating anything, you are sure of where the money is coming from. And then with that, you are also rest assured that the project that you are embarking on will come to a successful execution. Yeah, so guys, thank you so much. And this is where I want to end to, for my colleague to continue from here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Uncle. Okay, so good evening, class. Good evening, sir. Good evening, Doc. So my
Good
name is
evening.
Norris. My name is Norris Mensah, and I'll be taking us through stage 3. That's budgeting and funding approval. All right. So in procurement, securing budget and funding isn't just a bureaucratic hurdle or a box-to-box activity. It is a foundational guide for the entire sourcing process. Without it, procurement department risks wasting time, damaging supply, relationships, and exposing the organization to several financial risks. So why am I saying this? So there is a purpose for budgeting and funding approval. So the purpose is to confirm that funds actually exist before any procurement process begins. Why are we saying this? We cannot just say we are buying, as previous people said, we cannot just say we are buying a laptop, we are buying this, we are procuring this, we are doing that without we not having funds. So there should be a fund before any procurement process can begin. And within that fund, there has been a legal provision, that's Act 663/194, which states that no contract shall be awarded unless funds are available or committed, meaning that Financial Administration Act 2003 at 65 says that spending must be done within approved budget lines. And within that, we have activities that need to be performed within the budgeting and funding approval. The first one is procurement plan is submitted to the financial unit for budget alignments. The second one is finance confirms budget lines and availability of funds. And the other one is for donor fund projects, donor approval and funding letters are secured. Other than this, these all activities will not be in place. And within that, before this activity can be performed, we need to also get the responsible officers or committees that are going to spearhead these activities for us. A typical example is a financial officer, director of finance, budget officer, controller, accountant general department, or Ministry of Finance for budget approval, or donor agencies, as my sister said. They are the external fund. They are for the external funded project. Please, next slide. So our stage 4 talks about requisition preparation. What's the meaning of this? We are talking about the formal internal request submitted by a user department to the procurement unit, authorizing the initiation of procurement for a specific item within the approved plan and budget. Why are we discussing this? We are discussing this so that we will not spend outside our budget or spend over our budget. Why are we using this? So that it helps us. The purpose for this is to create an internal paper trail, confirm that the need still exists and is within the plan, and provide the procurement unit with precise specifications to initiate the tender process. And with that, we have a legal provision for that, Act 663/914. That's PPA procurement manual. Requisitions must be made using the prescribed format and must reference an approved procurement plan. That's S21 Act 663. All procurement must be plan-based. So when we started, our sister first said that there was something we call the maverick spending, because we don't want all these things to happen. That's why we are doing our budgeting very well. And there's going to be a provided. Oh, please, I'm doing something. Let me finish. No, I'm in class. Let me finish. I'll sign for it, please wait. Oh, sorry. So activities performed. User department completes a local purchase order. That's LP. Bring it. Let me sign. An LPO, a procurement requisition form. Technical specifications are attached. That's quality, quantity, delivery schedules. So all these activities are there for us to help us enhance whatever we are doing. And responsible officers and committees are head of user department, technical officers, financial units, and procurement. Please, next slide. Please bring it. I'm in class. Oh. Let me sign, I can go. Selection of procurement methods is a determination of which procurement procedures, that's price quotations, national competitive tendering, international competitive tendering. Oh, sorry. Yes. Okay, so, sorry, stage 5, selection of procurement methods. Selection of procurement method. The determination of which procurement procedures, that's price quotation, national competitive tendering, international competitive tendering, restricted tendering, and single source, that's etc., will be used based on the estimated contract value and prevailing circumstances. The purpose is to ensure that most appropriate lawful or competitive procurement method is applied, balancing value for money, competition time, and market conditions. And there is a legal act being backed by that's 663/1914. That's threshold for method selection works. And the activities performed are procurement unit, estimate contract value using
Hello.
contract market price.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Please let's quote the word. Let's quote the act well.
Bring it,
It's
sir.
not
Bring it,
663
sir.
slash. It's not 663/914. It's 663 as amended.
As amended. Okay, sir.
Yes.
Thank you. So responsible officers and committees are procurement unit, that they will be the lead, head of entity tender committee, that's the ETC, tender review board, that's TRB, and where applicable, sir. So from here, I will let Ohima continue for me, please, with the stage of procurement methods. Thank you, sir.
So that you go and sign. You just go and sign.
Oh, tell it. Jesus Christ.
Okay, so I have a practical question that I want all of us have to ponder over it and see if it happens in your organization. How are you going to deal with it? And how are you going to deal with it? So imagine you have a budget to work with, let's say 500,000. Then it has gone through approval. Then we know the bureaucratic processes of approving a budget. Then the time that the budget was approved, due to inflation, the cost has been risen from 500,000 to, let's say, 600,000. As an institutional head, what will you do? Will you proceed with the budget, or what will you do? We have like 2 minutes to get it done. Let's all share this. No answer is wrong. Let's all just wrap our mind around it and come up with something. It might happen to somebody in his or her workplace. So once we get the knowledge here, and it happens to somebody or someone, the person will be able to at least have an idea as to how to go about it. Your departmental head, they submitted a budget for approval to, let's say, construct a hospital, a laboratory, then OPD, and then let's say a kitchen. Then after the approval, after it has passed through all the processes, then approval came. The contractor tells you that due to inflation, the figure has been inflated. The figure has risen to 600,000. What will you do as a head of the department?
Please, my hand is up, Sandy.
Okay, go on.
So with this, you need to revise the budget again.
Joanna?
Yes, please.
Right.
Okay, Joanna.
So you need to revise the budget again and go through the process as you did before to get the necessary approval before you can start.
Okay. Any more suggestion?
Hello, sir. Hello, sir.
Okay, go on.
Yeah, so please, it depends on whether the contract was already signed. If the contract was, if the contract was already signed, and then there is no way, me as a procurement officer, there is no way I'm going to accept that increment because the contract was already signed. And in procurement, there is something called price hedging. So sometimes we do these things to prevent future occurrences of cost overruns. So if the contract had already been signed, then it ends it. I'm not going to accept a different quotation from the contractor. But if it wasn't signed, and then I would go back to revise the contract as my Fiona mentioned earlier. Thank you.
Good. Good. Any more questions? Any more suggestions?
Yeah, I saw my hand.
Okay.
Okay. So for me, I will be slow to revise the contract. Reason being, I will try to find from my contract whether there was an escalation percentage in the contract. So I'm expecting a potential bidder to be able to factor all of those in when quoting for a particular contract. And another reason why I will be slow to read is that depending on the type of competition I run, whether it's a tender, especially if it's a tender, if they should increase the price, then it is possible that one of the bidders who contested might even have a lower price. So I'll be very slow to revise the prices. So it's important that as we draft our contracts, we put in all of these measures to check. Otherwise, it's going to open the floodgates for every contractor to come and ask for price increment. That's not to suggest that there are not situations where definitely the contractor cannot meet the prices, because yes, it's very obvious that the prices have escalated, like we had 2 years ago where we had the dollar running. But even with that, if the contract was quoted in dollars, then the contractor would not have a problem, especially because they would need a Bank of Ghana dispensation to be able to be made to be paid in dollars. If they have that, then they don't have a problem, and they don't have a reason to ask for a price increment. However, if they were quoting in Ghana cedis and having to now exchange to get a dollar, then we can look at that. But even with that, if my contract that I handed over to them suggests that they were supposed to make provisions for escalation and they did not do it, they coming back to me telling me that they cannot perform the contract would be grounds for me to consider terminating, and I would have to terminate at corpse. So that's what I would do.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Any more questions before I come in? Okay, Fiona.
Oh.
Fiona,
You just
you're
spoke,
taking.
or it was Fiona?
Yeah, I just spoke. Fiona just spoke.
Okay, then Mr. Pia, take the last one, then we proceed.
I am confused about something here. The contract has not been signed. You are seeking approval.
I said the contract has been signed.
Is that it has been signed?
Yes, and when it was time to be executed, the contractor came to inform that there has been an increase in price. Inflation has caused the items to increase. So now, after reaccessing his budget, he realized that the same contract will cost him 800,000 instead of 600,000 instead of 500,000. So he's demanding for that difference before we will work. What will you do as the head of department?
Okay, then it's also okay.
No contribution.
Yeah,
yes, if somebody have, you're Obed. Yeah.
Okay. So basically, what I would say is, if the contract has been signed, you need to go back to the contract. This is what the contractor is saying. You need to go back to the contract. Have a look at the contract. Do you have amendment clause in it that if this A, B, C, D occur, you have to go back and amend it to suit the situation? If there's nothing of sort, the contractor, there's nothing you can do about the contract. You have to go ahead. If you can't go ahead, then that is termination. It's based on the contract and the terms of the contract. If you have it in it, then you can sit down with the contractor, have an agreement with the contract, and then let him go on. If not, then he has to go ahead. That is my stake of it. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think I appreciate all the contributions. So in such situation, it's going to be two scenarios. So the first scenario have to do with the agreed contract was what 500,000, and the contract has been signed and agreed at that amount. Then the contractor will come and say, "Oh no, due to the economic situation, it has increased to let's say 600,000." In the general sense, the answer will be say no, do the work, because there have been a legally bind contract between the two of us. But let's go into details of the contract. Does the contract contain price adjustment clause? Or the contract, have there been any circumstance that allow the contract to be adjusted in any form of circumstances? If the contract says yes, there should be an increment in a certain rate, assuming, let's say, when there's an inflation above, let's say, 15% or 20%, then we need to go back to the negotiating table to see to it again. If that is the issue, then the contractor have the right to say no if the organization says they won't pay. If such a clause exists, the contractor is expecting to perform not perform the task. But if the contract says, oh, about 15%, but the increment does not reach 15%, then the contractor have no right to say no, he wouldn't do it. The contractor is expected to form the agreed price. So as the head of department, you have to first refer the matter to the procurement unit and the legal unit to assess it, to see, yeah, this is what we agreed on. So irrespective of the economic situation, you're supposed to what? Perform the tax. Or if you say we have to review the terms and conditions of the contract, then both of them have agreed that, okay, due to this and that and that and that and that, then we can sit down and agree on a reasonable or acceptable conditions and terms. And finally, you have to also assess whether the adjustment price clause exists. If the adjustment price clause exists, then the drawing table needs to be checked too. And the scenario 2 also have to do with where there's no any agreement. Where there's no any agreement, then the contractor can say, no, I cannot complete the work. Because looking at the risks associated with the contract, it might end up performing a shoddy work, which might not give value to the money. So the legitimacy claims have to be with the supplier quotation. You have to look at it, the market evidence, and the inflation rate. Was there any adjustment assessing the current market rate? We knew that, or we have come to realize that, oh, that's in Ukraine, 450,000. But we agree on 500,000, which means the person have already factored 50,000 to curb against these things. So if the current market price then speaks to the fact or the amount that the contractor accepted, then the contractor has no right. But if the contractor stick to the principles based on paying the staffs and everything actually correspond to what is supposed to be accepted, then the contractor can say no, unless we need to what? Negotiate, or due to this, I might not be able to do the work to your satisfactory. So I think these are some of the factors that they need to consider before whether they will agree to perform the contract or they will reject not doing the contract, or they need to sit down to readjust the price to be able to do the right thing that is supposed to. That means value for money. All right, thank you. We can proceed.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Andy. I'll continue from where my colleague Norris left off. By stage 5, we have identified our needs, confirmed our budget, and prepared our requisition. Now, we move on to the question, which procurement method applies? So under the Act 663, as amended by the Act 914, this decision is governed by 2 determinants. First, the circumstances of the procurement, and then the second, the threshold value of the procurement. The circumstances of the procurement may include specific conditions such as an emergency, a situation where only a limited number of qualified suppliers are available, or procurement involving national security and research and development procurement. In such cases, the procuring entity must provide a formal justification which should be documented and must be approved by the appropriate authority. The second part, which is the threshold, as we all know, a threshold is a limit or a boundary value. In procurement, it is the monetary value limit that determines which procurement method or approval level must be used. So, with this, a threshold is used to determine the procurement method for most purchases and is applied in accordance with the threshold limits that are prescribed under the 5th schedule of the Procurement Act, as we have projected at the moment. So depending on the estimated contract value, the procurement may be conducted through price quotation, national competitive tendering, or international competitive tendering. Under Ghana's public procurement framework, the selection of procurement method is guided by these threshold values. So for work contracts, price quotation is used for procurement up to 1.8 million cedis. For national competitive tendering, is applied for values above this threshold and up to 54 million, while international competitive tendering is required for procurement exceeding 54 million. For goods, price quotation applies up to 800,000 and national competitive tendering up to 40 million, whereas international competitive tendering for values above 40 million cedis. In the case of technical services, price quotation is used up to 400,000 cedis, and the national competitive tendering is used up to 20 million, and international competitive tendering above 20 million cedis. However, consultancy services are not subject to monetary thresholds. This is because consultancy services are mostly intellectual and advisory in nature. So it means that their outcome often depends on the experience that people brought on, their technical competence, among many others. So we can't value them on their physical quantity or at a fixed production cost. Instead, the selection method for this is determined by the nature and objectives of the assignments, with consultants being selected based on predefined evaluation criteria such as qualifications, experience, technical competence, among others, as I've mentioned already. We'll take an example. So
let me ask you a question. I'll answer a practical question. So I'm a procurement professional, and I work with the Ministry of Education. Then the threshold says after 1.8, it should go to the national competitive tendering. But here the case that there's an urgency on acquisition of those products. So I decided to break or split the contracts into smaller portion to be able to get swerve the process of going through all these bureaucratic processes, going to national competitive tendering and approval and all those kind of things, just to get the job done faster. And once I did that, it was able to meet the deadline and gave a very, very good result. As a professional, did I do the right thing? Should I be sanctioned? Or for the sake of the urgency of the items, the law should frown on my unprofessional attitude to get the right thing done?
Do you get the question?
Yes,
Yes,
please.
good.
So
So
Do hello,
if
sir.
please raise your hand if you want to talk. I'll call you myself.
Hello, Doc. Please, I'm the one presenting. From my end, I can't raise my hand. That is
Okay.
why. Sorry.
All right. Please go for it.
Okay. So, irrespective of the fact that after splitting the contract, you were able to do the right thing, it doesn't mean that what you did without following the due procedure is the best thing to do. So, as the PPA acts as strictly provided that every institution or authority must follow the right procedure to acquire goods, services, and works. So if because of threshold issues, you have to split the 1.8 million Ghana cedis, just so you avoid national competitive tender, at that very instant, you have frowned against, the law frowns against it, and actually you've actually done contrary to what the act states, and you could be penalized based on just these facts. It doesn't mean after breaking the law, you doing the right thing. It doesn't really take it like that. The law is specific, and it has stated that once you hit your maximum, you either, if it is exactly 1.8 million, then you can rightly go with the price quotation. But anything above the 1.8 million Ghana cedis, then the next threshold needs to follow. That is what the law specifically states. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Another person.
Okay, James Appiah.
Okay, so though the work was carried out within whatever deadline was given, it's still adding to what my brother just said. It still isn't right. I think that on what the act says, if you think that there's a genuine agency, there's a genuine reason why it should be done, then something something written should be sent to the approving authority, explaining it yourself, whatever it is that needs to be done. Then, if it is given to you, you do it. Other than that, the act frowns upon it. Thank you.
Thank you. Clement.
Yeah, Andy, mine is a question. Can I go ahead?
Let me ask of EA. EA, is a question. Harriet, is a question or contribution?
It's not a question, a contribution.
Okay, go for it.
Yes, so subject to the question, though those decisions and actions were taken under emergency, but I believe also that emergency in one way or the other is very subjective. So I believe also that the Act has made provision for circumstances under which will be considered emergent, agent in nature. So I believe that where the circumstance is that is not by something that will cause a threat to life. So, for example, you are working in a hospital and there's a sudden power outage and you need to make some purchase to fix the power in the immediate. And though the amount falls within this threshold, I believe that there is some liberality or some leniency in that aspect. But if it is not to the threat of life or is not by a natural disaster such that when you do not perform or make available such items to be procured, then something bad is going to happen. I do not believe that you have to do that. And also, if for a fact that the item that is going to be purchased has only one producer for that matter, then that could be. Otherwise, subject to what my colleagues have said earlier, you need to follow the process. Though though you are considering it an emergency situation, but I believe that emergency situation is up to the act, which is defined by law to determine. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Harriet.
Yes, sir. Sir, please, what you did in procurement is called breaking bulk, and it is a crime, so you'll be sanctioned.
It's called what? Harriet, please come again. Harriet.
The gods are dancing on a network.
Oh,
another one.
the gods are not to be blamed. Fiona.
Yes, yes. So contract splitting is prohibited by the Act, both Act 663 and then 914. So you would even see that in Section 88, it mentions the fact that when you do that, you are deliberately trying to break up the contract, and you are trying to also avoid the extra check, which comes as a result of high thresholds. And this is tantamount to criminal liability, and it's been stated specifically in Section 92 of the Act 663. So no amount of justification would suffice. Once it can be established, and judging from what Sir Andy said, the person had the mind to do that, and he acted in that regard as well. So it is very deliberate, and nothing else can justify it. So in case of criminal liability, he will be held liable. Thank you.
Thank you, Fio. Clement, do you still want to ask your question?
Yes, please.
Please go.
So my question is based on the consultancy Alesta was presenting on when he said there is no threshold, and because this is based on people's intellectual ability. Now, with regards to the 2008 consultancy service that Joseph Wyoming gave to Ghana, we realized that after some few years, this was termed as a financial loss to the state. In recent times, the National Cathedral was being all over the news. The man who was consulted for the drawing of the whole thing now is being termed as financial loss to the state. How will you say this? How will you explain this to us that there's no threshold? Because I've seen some places that says there's a threshold for procurement even in Ghana. Like the threshold for approving authorities and procurement methods, regulations 2025 LI 2516. It took effect in 2026. So how will you explain this to us?
Pio, is your hand up? Or the old one?
No, the old hand.
So Clement has just asked the question regarding to consultancy threshold. Does anyone have any explanation for him?
Please, the question
Please,
again.
Clement's hand is.
Clement, do you want to add up?
So I'm asking that Adesista made a statement that with consultancy, there's no threshold. And I gave example of two issues we had in Ghana. First is the 2008 stadium issue where Brother Wyoming was consulted for some services. After some years, the country, through the public account committee, realized that there was a financial loss to the state based on the services he rendered to the country in procurement. Now, fast forward, some few years ago, a man was consulted for the drawing of the National Cathedral. And recently, there is a debate that he also caused financial loss to the state. Now, recently there is a threshold for approving authorities and procurement methods. It's regulation 2025 LI 2516. it took effect in 2026. So I'm asking that based on these two and what have been done recently with our LI, how will you explain this to us if you are saying there's no threshold based on consultancy?
Do you now get the question?
Okay, let me come in here. So here we are going to have two different issues here. The one is whether someone actually provided a consulting or financial engineering service. Looking at the cathedral's issue, was there actually a financial or consulting engineering service? And the second one is whether the payment for those services was lawful, underline the word lawful, or properly procured, or probably it provided value for money. Looking at the National Cathedral, they provided value for money. So if from the public procurement and financial management perspective, if the payment does not automatically becomes a loss to the state, then simply there was no procurement threshold violation here. But the key question that we need to ask ourselves is, was the service genuinely required? Or was the provider lawfully engaged? Or the approved contours was given? Or the procurement process followed? And if the answer is yes, then I don't see any procurement fraud here. But let's use this one as an example. So assuming this is assembly decide to pay, let's say, 2 million for a building of a market, then at the end of the day, we realize that, or the auditors find out that and decide to question whether the consultants, that particular consultant was selected. And now, were there any other alternative consultant to be considered, looking at the market, to the looking at the tender that they put in? Or did the report influence the decision making because they knew somebody up there? That's what the decision was given. So if the report is worth 100,000, but was paid 200 million, or let's say 100 million, then definitely they were going to conclude that there was a financial loss, despite even the service being delivered. So at the end of the day, if the network cathedral was built, but later on audited, there wasn't any threshold, mind you, but later on they realized that the cost value for that particular or building the cathedral is 100,000. Then we end up spending 800,000. Then definitely somebody needs to be called to question here. You understand? So let's come to the National Cathedral and the whole shenanigans surrounding this. So the misconception was there's no threshold breach based on the public committee account. And also, we realized that the work was not done. So definitely there was a loss. So under this, the accountability principles might be, were there overpayments? Was the purchasing and the expenditure authorized? Or the procurement, there was any irregularity payment or, yes, procurement or something? Or payment was made without parliamentary approval? Do you understand? So if the consultant was properly engaged and the performance measure was worked, then the pay was reasonably market free through the lawful procedure. But provided the financial loss becomes much difficult as a result of engaging the person, then procurement professional would therefore be avoiding jumping to direct conclusion that there was definitely a loss to the state. My brother, do you get it?
Yeah.
So the state received the value equivalent to what it was paid, though this wasn't the cathedral wasn't built. So based on the money that they spent, they did commensurate with the work that they did. They did pass through a proper channel. The parliament approved it. If the answer is yes, then we can conclude that there was a misuse of fund because there wasn't threshold. Yes, there wasn't threshold, but the work that the contractor did, they did commensurate with the money that they paid. If the answer is yes, then we can jump into conclusion that there was a misuse of fund or something. But if the answer is no, that is where the question comes in. That there have been a misuse of public fund, and the person needs to call to a book. Do we understand?
Yeah, I do.
Please do get me.
Yeah.
So assuming the government pays 10 million for advice that could, be obtained for 500,000, then the device actually delivered. Will we say there's loss to the state because the service exists, or will you say that the excess 9.5 constitutes a loss? So more public funds experts will focus on the value for money dimension rather than the mere existence of the service. So at the end of the day, if the thing is 500,000, then you spend 9.5, though it's work, we are going to look at the monetary value. If I can use 500 to do it, but you use 9.5, though it's working, we will still say that you have caused what? A loss to the state. So that's where the different dimension plays. It's either they follow the due process for the policy, for the work to be done, and either the work was actually done and at what cost. Once we put all this into factor, then we'll be able to come into conclusion that Omina Boka, and that person needs to call to the book. But the person couldn't complete the job, but the money that was assigned to him was used judiciously. Then we can't say that because he couldn't complete the job, there's been a financial loss to the state. But if the money assigned to him couldn't even perform half of the job that he did, then the person needs to be called to answer that because there wasn't value for money there. I believe my explanation makes sense.
Yeah.
So, Sir Andy, please to top up why there are no thresholds for consultancies under the PPA Act, if I may.
See, there wouldn't be a threshold for the PPA in terms of consultancy because setting a threshold for something is something that you can put a monetary value on it. You understand? But here we are looking at the intellectual property of the person. Do you get it? And comparing purchasing items in terms of purchasing items and the person's intellectual property, there are vast difference. So I don't know. It's like let me bring it to my field. It's like doing a property insurance and life insurance. You understand? I know the value of a vehicle. So if I'm to place a value on a vehicle to do insurance, I know how much it's going to cost, market value. But I can't. When somebody is doing a life insurance, I can't place a value on somebody's life. The person is worth as much as he says he's worth. Okay, so it behoves on you to whether accept based on your requirement and the quality of work the person is saying is going to provide. If you're good with it and you think it fits within your budget and you'll be able to pay, you go by that. But you can't just sew a straight jacket and put it on everybody and say, this is how we are doing our things and this is how you're supposed to go by it. I hope you understand. My brother, are you there?
Hello, Sir Andy.
Are you there? Or you need further explanation?
Please, is it to me or our colleague who asked the question?
The colleague that asked the question.
Okay.
Mr. Andy, I told you I was okay with the first explanation.
But the second one, you asked a further question.
So one of our guys asked.
So
I think we are good to go.
Then let's proceed.
Okay, thank you all for your questions and answers. As I was saying, we'll take a practical example. So the Ministry of Roads estimates a road contract at 25 million, and that falls within the National Competitive Tendering price band for works. If someone suggests splitting, like we've discussed earlier, into 3 smaller packages, we can use price quotation. However, that is still contract splitting, and we've all learned that it is prohibited and strictly illegal under the Act. Next slide, please. So determining the appropriate procurement method is not the only part of this process. The second part is determining the approving authority. So under this, the Ghana Public Procurement Framework establishes that for category A and B entities, which include high valued public organizations such as the Bank of Ghana, state-owned enterprises, among others, the head of entity approves procurement for goods and services up to 800,000 cedis and works up to 3.3 million. And the entity tender committee approves procurement above these limits and up to 54 million cedis for goods and works and up to 8 million cedis for services. Procurements exceeding these thresholds require approval from the appropriate tender review board, usually referred to as the Central Tender Review Board in most organizations. For category C entities, which mainly comprise of public universities, teaching hospitals, regional and district hospitals, that is, to categorize all of them, medium-level organizations or entities, the same three-tier approval structure applies. So the head of entity approves goods and services up to 800,000 cedis and works up to 3.3 million. And the entity tender committee approves procurement above these limits, but up to 54 million for goods and services, and up to 8 million for services, for goods and work, and up to 8 million for services. Contracts exceeding the entity tender committee limits are referred to the appropriate tender review board, which may be the regional tender review board or the central tender review board, as mentioned already, depending on the value and the nature of the procurement. So, for example, if the University of Ghana, a category C entity, procures a laboratory reagent valued at 600,000 cedis, the approval may be granted by the Vice Chancellor, who is the head of the entity. However, if the university undertakes the construction of a faculty building worth 5 million cedis, the contract would require approval by the entity tender committee because it falls within their threshold. Where the contract value exceeds the entity tender committee's threshold, such as a major infrastructure project that is valued at, let's say, 60 million cedis, approval must be obtained from the appropriate tender review board. To conclude, all the
result that has been given to you, then you go to home, you select the result, and then you come to what we call
Sorry, please go ahead.
Okay. So to conclude, all we need to remember is that a procurement award must be approved by the correct authority. And when we fail to obtain this approval from the legally mandated authority, it can render that award invalid, or it can expose it to procurement audit queries and sanctions by the Act, regardless of how well the procurement evaluation process was conducted. And also, the procurement method determines how you buy, and the approval authority determines who can legally authorize the purchase. And both requirements must be satisfied for a valid procurement process. I'd leave the next slide for my colleague to continue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So these are a few questions that we brought up based on our discussion per what our previous presenters have presented on. So the first question here is, why do many Ghanaian public entities begin procurement without a formal plan? And this question goes to the whole class. So why do many Ghanaian public entities begin procurement without a formal plan? Please, it's a question to the whole class. If anyone has any idea, the person could kindly raise up his or her hand and so the question again, why do many Ghanaian public entities begin procurement without a formal plan? Though it is rightly stated, procurement plan must reach the ETC by 30th November each year. We still have a lot of Ghanaian entities who always fail this formal plan. And why is that so? Please, anyone to give us any contribution or any idea? If not, as many entities within the Ghanaian enclave normally fails this formal plan because of late budget releases from the Ministry of Finance. And to curb this, it is always advisable to use prior year budgets. So if this year's budget is not released yet, it is advisable that the institution uses the previous year to make the necessary plans for their procurement activities. And also we can talk about weak institutional capacity, in that most institutions are not well endowed with the necessary resources to do this procurement, lengthy procurement processes. So in these cases, it is always advisable that better education and necessary steps that the Ghanaian institution needs to take for them to formally follow these plans. They are supposed to take those necessary education so that they will always follow their plans. We can also talk about political interferences. A threshold has been mentioned. A political figure who is highly known may influence the decision of an SME, a state-owned enterprise, because of their political affiliations. And when this happens, the normal plan or the PPA acts and the stages will not be followed. So these are a few examples of why Ghanaian entities normally fail to meet these formal plans. The next question here is, what practical steps would you recommend to an entity that struggles to meet this deadline? The deadline is the 30th November. Hello, Mr. Daniel Usu.
Yes, sir. Ishmael, can we also add emergency situations?
Why they fail to meet the formal plans?
Yes. For example,
can you please elaborate?
For example, if there is a leakage on the government of one of the government office, roof during the rainy season, I think with such situation, the issue might be addressed as immediate as possible and may miss the formal plan for procurement.
Okay, so if the leakage will indeed cause financial losses to the state, once those plans are done without the normal processes, then as my previous presenters and colleagues have rightly said, the formal channel, a memo must be brought forth, sent to the appropriate entity for them to justify if indeed the leakage will cause financial losses. That is why these formal processes were not adhered to. If that is not done, then it goes contrary to what the PPA Act stipulates. Okay, so the second question here is, what practical steps would you recommend to an entity that struggles to meet this deadline? When entities are unable to meet the deadline set by the PPA Act, what practical examples, what practical steps should be given out to those entities? We can talk about start planning in August. Hello, Madam Joanna.
So I would like to answer that question. So to meet the legal deadline,
Which
and
one?
the
Which one?
second question.
Question two. Okay.
So to meet the legal deadline, an entity should adopt a strategic approach, which is start early, and also establish an internal planning calendar, and strengthen coordination by forming a planning committee, which is the department unit, the finance unit, and the user department, which is the requesting department, and also get approval on the budget before. And if they can also use a historical data to analyze the previous procurement to forecast the needs and timelines. And I think they can also use a digital tool to streamline the planning and submission to also secure management approval or management commitment.
Okay, thank you, Madam. So as our sister rightly said, the institution has to start early and make sure they follow the necessary due processes so that they will meet the set deadline. Any other contribution before we move to the question 3? Okay, so because of time, we'll move to the question 3. So the question 3 states, how does the selection of procurement method affect competition, value for money, and the potential for corruption in Ghana's public procurement system? How does the selection of procurement method affect competition, value for money, and the potential for corruption in Ghana's public procurement act? This question is actually demanding of us why a particular procurement method may influence competition, may influence value for money, may influence corruption. That is what the question is talking about. Please, any idea?
Okay, so I will come in here. My name is Johnny. So I believe strongly, as you have said, that the method that is being selected highly have an effect on the extent of the competition and also value for money, as well as corruption, whether it poses some risks in that. And if you talk about the effect that it will have on competition, if you consider open competitive tendering, you realize that it's open up for transparency, where it allows a number of qualified people, gives them the knowledge and idea about whatever available item is in place, or whatever contract is available for anyone who qualifies to bid for. So that allows and encourages broad participation and also gives qualified suppliers equal opportunity to compete. And by doing this, it generally seeks to or goes a long way to achieve the highest level of transparency. However, when you consider a restricted tendering and single source procurement, for example, that's closes and blindfolds others who are equally qualified to be aware or be or identify that there's such opportunity for them to bid for. So by that, it limits the number of participation and reduces competition, which only allows for just few people to get into the box in order to fight. Then on the aspect of whether or not it gives value for money, a competitive procurement method often leads to lower prices and better quality, because when the number of suppliers are a lot, everyone gives a price that is very competitive, in layman's terms, a little lower, so as to be considered for the activity or for the performance of whatever is available to be performed. And they also ensure that they do or perform or supply to the highest quality, so that they will be on the recommendation list or in the good books of whatever institution that has put up the bid for the contract in that aspect. So I believe that the method highly influences the risks of corruption and poses a threat to transparency as well as value for money. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. And please, any other contribution before we move to the question 4? So indeed, a procurement method could directly influence competition, value for money, and potential for corruption, in that if the method is competitive enough, example, national competitive tender or international competitive tender, then value for money, transparency, and corruption will be reduced. Also, if the method is less competitive, example, restricted tendering or single source, there is a high potential that corruption may proceed. Thank you. Okay, so moving on to the last question for now. Is it ever acceptable to procure something not in the approved procurement plan? Is it possible to procure something not in the approved procurement plan? Under what circumstances and what procedures must be followed? So the question is it acceptable to procure something not in the approved procurement plan? If so, what circumstances and procedures must be followed? Please, any contribution on this question?
Hi.
Hello, madam.
Okay, so I think the question is in 2 parts. I will try and answer the first one. Generally, no. An item that is not procured or that's not approved or is not included in the approved plan must not be procured. So when we go under the public procurement framework, public entities are normally required to prepare and obtain approval for every item that is to be procured before undertaking the procurement activity itself. So the procurement plan in this instance serves as the basis for all purchases and ensure that procurement is linked to the approved budget of an organization. And however, there are situations where unplanned procurement may become necessary, such as emergency situations. We've mentioned it over the previous weeks, and then probably new fundings becoming unavailable, and maybe changes in organizational priorities or something, and then probably an omission of an item from the original plan due to an oversight. But in such cases, the entity must revise and obtain approval from the procurement plan before proceeding with these procurements. Thank you very much.
Thank you, madam. Much grateful. So the question
I
here.
saw another hand, Joanna.
She has said what I wanted to say, so
that's fine.
It's
That's
fine.
fine.
Thank you.
Ish, good.
Okay, Doc. So indeed, there are instances where procurement plans, though not an item could be procured, though not in the procurement plan, and as our colleague rightly said, instances where there are written emergency which are justifiable. So those are the instances that an item could be procured, though not in the procurement plan. Thank you. So this is a short discussion forum. We will continue with our presentation. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ishmael, for such a wonderful deliberation on what we have actually spoken about. So I am Theophilus Adombonsu, a member of the group. I'm also been speaking on the 6th to the 8th stage of the procurement cycle. Good evening, Prof. and TA.
Very
Ishmael, we
good
can go to.
evening, Adam.
Yes, sir. All right, Ishmael, you can go to the next slide. All right, so Doc, okay, so class. So the stage 6 talks about tender preparation. And what comes in mind when we say tender preparation? In a layman's idea, more like the stage where all tender documents are prepared before inviting suppliers to bid. So it is the process of developing all documents that will be issued to prospective bidders, including bidding document, technical specification, evaluation criteria, and contract terms. All right, and the importance of this is basically to ensure bidders receive clear and accurate information, also promote fair competition and transparency. Yes, so that's more of the importance of this tender preparation. So looking at the activities performed, we say we have procurement unit prepares a bid package using PPA, standard bidding document. That's the SBDs. The technical team draft precise specification into brackets, performance, dimensional, functional, and also evaluation criteria and weighting are set and documented. Contract terms and conditions are defined. So all of these ensures a clearer and accurate information. Okay, so when we look at the responsible officers, we can say that we have the procurement unit, the technical team, legal officers, entity tender committee, that's the ATC, and tender review board. Okay, so we have some also legal provisions that we can find in our act that the Act 663 as amended to 914. Okay, says that section 45 says, so I think it's from 44 to 46. So you see the PPA standard bidding documents. Entities must use PPA issued SPDs for national competitive tender, the national competitive tender. Modifying SBDs without PPA approval is prohibited. That's what we can find in the Act. So let's move to the next slide. All right, that's the stage 7, which talks about tender advertisement or invitation. So in the same layman's understanding, it says publicly informing suppliers that the organization is seeking bid. Yeah, that's generally that. So you see that the formal and public notification to prospective bidders that an entity is seeking tenders for specific goods, works, and services. I think gone are the days we were just using the newspapers, but now we have other sites to which we can advertise requests. Okay, such as we have the professional and industrial association, that social media platforms, that journals and industry publications that we can share some of these invitations. So he says that this whole process the importance of us to encourage competition, provide equal opportunity to all qualified suppliers, and enhance transparency. Yes, and some activities that are being performed in these areas are notice of invitation for tenders or request for quotation is prepared. For NCT or ICT, advertise as at least 2 national newspapers of wide circulation, notice
posted on PPA website. And also for price quotations, minimum 3 written requests sent to qualified suppliers, bidding documents made available for collection or downloads, pre-bid meeting, stroke sites. Basically, that's some of the sites that are being used for these activities. Minimum advertisement period observed. That's into bracket national competitive day. We have 6 weeks, and international competitive day, we have 12 weeks. And some responsible officers are procurement unit, the head of entity, PPA, and the media houses. Okay, can I move to the next slide? Tender submission. Okay, so this also talks about the formal act of prospective bidders submitting their sealed bids to the procuring entity by specified deadline and in prescribed format. So that's basically bidders submitting their completed bid before the deadline. Yes. So, and this is important because it protects confidentiality and fairness. It ensures all bidders are treated equally. Yes, there's no favoritism because it is opened and it serves as an equal point for all bidders to quote. Again, some activities that are performed are the bidders complete and seal their bids, are supposed to complete and seal their bids in double envelopes where required, bids delivered to the procurement unit on or before the submission deadline. Bids are time-stamped and recorded upon receipt in a bid receipt register. Bids stored securely in a tamper-proof logbox or safe until opening. I mean, every organization is expected to have such in its process. Late bids are rejected and returned unopened. Bid modifications or withdrawal notice accepted up to deadline. So these legal provisions that is in the Act 663 as amended says that Section 47 says bid must be submitted by the date and time specified. Late bids must be returned unopened. Section 48 says bids must be kept sealed and secure until the end, so that there won't be any form of giving out information to other bidders and all that. So in conclusion, before my colleague comes in, I'll say in summary, tender preparation ensures all documents are ready. Tender advertisement, competition, and tender submission ensures bids are received fairly and securely. All these stages are critical and ensures transparency, fairness, value for money. So I'll end here and I'll let my colleague to proceed from here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yo.
Good evening, class. Good evening, Doc. My name is Seden Koklu Ajevi. So I'm continuing from stage 9, tender opening. What is tender? Tender is a formal invitation for suppliers to submit bids to provide goods and services. In Ghana, under the Public Procurement Act 663, amended by Act 914, tenders are issued in advance to ensure transparency, competition, and value for money in government contracts. So, the meaning for tender opening is a formal public ceremony at which all sealed bids received are opened simultaneously in the presence of bidders, observers, and the tender opening committee. What is the purpose for this? The purpose is to ensure transparency and prevent post-submission manipulation of bids. That is to say that it helps a critical public accountability moment in the procurement cycle. Looking at the legal provision, Act 663 as amended by Act 914, Section 49 of Act 663 says tenders must be open at the date, time, and place stated in the bidding document. All bids received must be opened. The opening must be public. Minutes must be prepared. Activities performed. Tender opening committee convenes at the stated date, time, and venue. Bidders and their representatives are invited to attend. Each bid is opened publicly, one by one. Bid price, validity, and security status are read aloud and recorded. Tender opening minutes signed by all committee members. Bid register is compared against opened bids. Observers from civil society or oversight bodies may be present. Now, looking at some of the responsible officers or committees involved are the tender opening committee, that is to say procurement unit, head of entity, external observers. Next slide, please. Our next stage is to evaluate. So we are looking at tender evaluation. Now, tender evaluation has to do with a detailed review of each bid against the criteria set in the tender document. So it's a systematic and objective assessment of all open bids against pre-established criteria to determine which bidder offers the best value for money and meet all requirements.
My dear, can you explain what bids are? What is bid?
Okay. So in procurement, when we say bid, it's simply an offer submitted by...
Your daughter is ready to answer. Allow her to answer for us.
No. So in procurement, when we say bid, it's an offer submitted by a supplier or a contractor.
So what's the difference between bid and tender?
Sorry?
The difference between bid and a tender.
So I'm saying, okay, so a bid is an offer submitted by a supplier in response to an invitation to tender.
And tender is? All right. Anyway, let's continue.
I would say tender is a formal invitation issued by a procuring entity.
Okay. Let's continue.
Okay, so the purpose of tender evaluation has to do with is to ensure the contract is awarded fairly to the most qualified and competitive bidder, not the lowest price alone, but the best evaluated bid. Now, looking at legal provision, Act 663 as amended in 915, Section 50 to Section 53 of Act 663, evaluation must use criteria stated in bidding documents only. Most bid clarifications are permitted but cannot alter bid substance. Activities performed are technical evaluation committee appointed, preliminary evaluation, check for completeness, bid security and eligibility. Technical evaluation, that is to assess technical specifications, qualifications, and experience. Financial or commercial evaluation, you compare evaluated cost. Clarification requests sent to bidders where necessary. Evaluation reports prepared and signed by all technical evaluation committee members. Recommendations submitted to ETC or TRB for approval. Next slide, please. Now we get to approval and awards. With approval and award, what it is that is the decision-making stage where the evaluation report is submitted to the approving authority. So, by the appropriate approving authority to accept the recommendation of the evaluation committee and authorize the award of the contract to the selected bidder. Why is this so important? It is important because it helps to ensure that a senior authorized official endorses the procurement decision before any contractual commitment is made, providing a final check before public funds are committed. Section 28 of Act 63, second schedule, Act 915, approval threshold by entity category. Example, Bank of Ghana. Activities performed. Evaluation report submitted to the appropriate approving authority. ETC or TRB reviews the evaluation report and recommendation. Approving authority deliberates and makes formal award decision. Award decision minuted and approved. Notification of award sent to the successful bidder. Debriefing offered to unsuccessful bidders upon request. And standstill period observed before contract signing for high value contracts. Next slide, please. So we come to contract signing. With contract signing, this is a legal formalization of the award. And there are some steps that must be taken into consideration. A draft contract prepared based on tender terms. Both parties, procuring entity and supplier contract sign. Performance guarantees or bonds may be required. What does this do? It binds obligations. That is to say that the supplier must deliver and then the government must also pay according to agreed terms. So the purpose of contract signing has to do with legal binding document that protects both the entity and then the supplier. And it provides a legal basis for enforcing performance as well. Now, when you look at the legal provision, Section 56 of Act 63, contract must be in writing. Performance security required before signing. Section 58, advance payment only after advance payment security is received. Contract must be registered with PPA. Activities performed. Contract documents prepared using standard PPA contract format. Performance security submitted by contract before signing. Contract reviewed and cleared by legal officer or attorney general. Contract signed by authorized representatives of both parties. Copies distributed to contractor, procurement unit, finance unit, contract manager. Contract registered with the PPA, which is mandatory for contracts above threshold. Commencement instructions issued to the contractor. My next colleague would proceed.
Thank you. Upon all the disturbances, you were able to present something fast. Thank you. We appreciate it. The next person.
Okay, thank you. My name is Juliana Abwaje, and I'll be presenting on the post-award compliance, which has the administration to inspection, payment, records keeping, and then auditing. Next slide. Okay, so the 13th stage of the procurement stages is the contract administration and monitoring.
This is the ongoing management and oversight of contract performance from signing to completion, ensuring both parties fulfill their obligations on time, within budget and to specification. This means that when the contract is given, it does not end there. The procuring entity must work continuously to supervise the contractor to make sure that they are adhering to their end of the bargain in terms of budget, timeline, and specification, and also it's progressing accordingly. So the purpose of this is to protect the public's entity legal and financial interest, prevent contract failures, and ensure that public money delivers the intended value. So in the Legal Provision Act 663 amended 914 states that contract management obligations, all contract modification must be in writing. Section 60 says the head of entity may terminate contract subject to legal advice, the PPA Contract Administration Manual. So in this activity, there are certain processes that needs to be performed. The first is a contract manager is designated on the first day of the contract. This means that someone is put in charge of the project to ensure that everything is going on smoothly and sound. Roles, responsibilities, and performance benchmark KPIs are assigned. Yes, so in this case, the KPI, the key performance, is it key performance? Key performance, the I is what?
Indicator.
Indicator, yes.
Performance index. Indicators.
Yeah, so in terms of budgets, and ensuring that the budget is being kept, is working according to a specific timeline, and then the right materials are being used. So that is the quality. Also, formal communication channels established between the entity and the contractor. This also means that there has to be a communication channel where the contractor and then the procuring entity can have a common communication to know what is going on and during the contract season. Periodic site visits, inspections, and progress meetings conducted. So it means that when the contract is in progress, the contracting entity or the procuring entity shouldn't just sit somewhere. They have to visit the site to ensure that everything is going on smoothly. And also delivery milestone reports, reviews, and approved. Variations and amendment process in writing where necessary. So in cases where there has to be amendments, it shouldn't be by word of mouth. It has to be written, just so that we can have reference to it in future. Issues, disputes, and contractor defaults are documented and addressed. So in the contract administration and monitoring, there are certain specific people who are to be in charge of it. Examples are the procurement unit, the head of entity, finance unit, or the technical team. And the risk if this stage is not adhered to. The absence of a designated contract manager leads to specification deviation, cost overruns, delayed delivery, and unauthorized variations, resulting in the loss of public funds and project failures. Next slide, please. From the administration stage, you go to the inspection and then the acceptance. This is the formal verification by an appointed inspection committee that goods supplied, works completed, or services rendered conform to the constructional specification before acceptance and payment. So in this case, before the procuring entity accepts the goods and then issues payments, they need to verify that whatever has been done meets the agreed specification or the whatever was assigned or agreed in the contract. So the purpose is to ensure that public entity only pays for what is actually received at the quality and quantity specified in the contract, preventing payment for substandard or non-existent deliverables. So here we are talking about value for money. So make sure that whatever that has been agreed on is what we are paying for. You are not paying for anything that is substandard or that is below what has been agreed in a contract. And then there are some certain activities that are performed. This is the inspection committee appointed before contract execution begins. So as in the previous one, there has to be someone in charge of the inspection, and then the acceptance need to go and check and make sure that everything is in order. Goods, work or services inspected against specification upon delivery and completion. Samples tested or quality assessment conducted where required. Okay, so that an example to this would be the example that has been stated here, where the cocoa board received a delivery of 1,000 bags of fertilizer. The inspection committee physically counts the bags, weigh samples, and test the NPK content against the specifications. So the NPK in chemistry is the nitrogen, the phosphorus, and then the potassium. So you need to check to make sure that everything is in order. So in this example, he says that 50 bags failed the NPK test and are rejected. A rejection notice is sent to the supplier to replace the substandard bags within 5 days. This is a typical example of the third activities that are performed during this stage. The other activity is the quantity verified against the delivery notes and contract schedules. Inspection report prepared and signed by the committee members. So in cases where there's a visit and inspection, there has to be a proof, just so that in future, if anything should happen, there's a reference to it that, okay, this was inspected by this particular person and approval was given. Inspection reports prepared and signed by all committee members. I've mentioned that. Goods receipts notes, GRN, issued upon acceptance, and then rejected items documented, contractor directed to rectify or replace. These are all stated in the example given below. And the inspection officers in this stage usually are the technical officers, the stores officers, procurement units, and the contract manager. If the inspection and then the acceptance stage is not complied to, it raises some risks. An example is paying for goods or service without a formal inspection report is a violation and attracts surcharge from the Auditor General. Goods deliveries, that's payment for non-existent goods, are among Ghana's most common procurement fraud. Thank you. I'll move on. My colleague Obed will continue with that.
Thank you, Diana. Guys, I'm taking over from Diana, and I'm taking you guys to payment and payment processing and then reports. So basically, what this means is that it's a formal release of funds to contractors, supplier, following satisfactory completion and acceptance of goods, works, or services delivered under the contract. So as a payment officer, you are to release funds based on satisfactory of work being done or goods being delivered or be going through the report from the inspection officers indicated that everything is in order before you effect payment. So what is the purpose of this payment? You are to is an obligation or is an entity obligation under the contract, while ensure that payments are accurate, authorized, and supported by full documentation. As my predecessor said, the inspector had to inspect everything about the contract or whatever it is, have to give a report on it, indicating that everything is in order all documentation. You go through all documentation, making sure that everything is done before you authorize payment to the vendor or the contractor. When you look at the legal aspect of it, you look at the at 2003 at 654 says all payment must be authorized and budget. Section 63 at 663 says payment only after acceptance. So basically, what is saying that before you effect payment, you should accept there should be documentation for you or physical inspection of goods or the project indicating that everything is in order before you effect payment. There's a legal basis for that. And let's look at some activity to be performed by this officer. It says contractor submit invoice, payment certificate. So before you effect payment, the contractor will submit invoice, payment certificate. The invoice has to be matched with the contract delivery. The finance unit prepare payment voucher. Head of entity or finance director authorize the payment. Controller and accountant general process the payment. Payment record updated in financial
Can we move to
management.
the next slide? Can we please move to the next slide?
Next slide, okay.
Yeah, Obed, it's currently on the next slide.
Okay, a minute.
Hey, 1 minute song.
Oh, sorry. I'm not seeing it, so I'm reading from my phone. So when we come to record keeping and reporting, okay, record keeping and reporting is a systematic maintenance of complete, accurate, and accessible record of every step of the procurement process, from planning to contract close out. So basically, when the need arise, when the need identification, contract award, throughout all the process.
Next slide.
Okay.
Procurement or audits and review.
And then another person have to take this aspect of it.
Okay, so let's end it here. This brings the end of Ishmael. You can. We are done. So I'm sure not all your people presented. I'm aware. Anyway, we've ended the session so well by having a good and healthy discussion today. Today ends the online session of Advanced Public Procurement. I would love to ask if anyone have any contribution, any suggestion, any advice, you can, so that we bring the curtains down and we call it a day. Thank you.
Hello, sir. This is Stephanie Dumoga. You asked that I present a different aspect of the work I did, but I don't know if my attendance was marked. So just to let you know.
I'll have discussion with your rep and revert shortly.
Sure. Thank you.
Sure. Cassandra.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, Cass.
Yes, please. I just want to say one last thing about it before we close. Usually, people find the procurement cycle and process to be hefty and then bureaucratic. But I would want to tell my fellow colleagues that they shouldn't see it as so, that actually it is meant to be a guide for us to prevent ourselves from finding ourselves wanting in certain situations. Sometimes we feel like, oh, let's just cut corners, but no, let's just follow the procedure and go through it. And in the long run, we'll be able to raise our heads high. Thank you.
First submission. You've done well. Akoto Same. Please, any other? Any other? Judy. Judy? Cass, do you still want to talk?
Yes,
Cass,
Doc.
do you want to?
Sorry, I'm
Yes, Doc.
a bit with my phone, that's why.
Oh, okay. All right. Daniel, do you have anything for us?
Said no, but I think Sandra said what I want to say. Normally, I like to encourage all of us to be very ethical in all our dealings, even if we have to do any procedure or any procurement practice under an emergency condition. We should make sure that it will be ethically done and well documented so that we as professionals will lead by examples and others to will follow. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. God bless you. Judy?
Yes, Doc. Please, I have been meaning to ask this question. So you know that in some organizations, we don't have the procurement department, like a department that is there for procurement. But there are some, mostly the finance department are into quote unquote procuring items for an organization. So please, I want to know if the all that we've spoken about and presented applies to such departments as well, even though they are not a procurement department, but they handle the procurement for an organization. I also want to know if the PPA or I also want to know if they are under the PPA or they are supposed to conform to the PPA. Thank you, sir.
Good. Can anyone answer her for me, or I should?
Hello, sir.
Yes,
Jay.
please.
Yeah. So the public procurement is for all public sectors. So
Sure.
once that entity is under the public sector, whether the people there are procurement professionals or not, they are supposed to go by the act. Thank you.
That's fantastic. No matter what, you need to go through, whether it's finance or whatever, you need to go through all the guidelines under the PPA. Other than that, you can't buy. So, my dear, you need to go through. And you have to also sensitize them, the need for them to understand what you are doing today. That is why I have giving you all the Moses for you to own the work. Now you can boldly and proudly come out, chest out, that at least you now understand the Act 663 and 914. At least. So please, we are all together. Let's not learn because of examination sake, but let's learn to have a full transformation of what we've learned so far. I hope you are with me.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
so let me, oh, Carol,
Sir,
you want to talk?
yes, please.
You
So
always want you always want me to hear your voice. You let me hear your voice. Go ahead.
So I wanted to ask with what you just said. As Judy rightly said, there are some institutions without the right professionals as procurement officers in such positions procuring for those institutions. So how can we, after we are trained, go to our bosses and tell them that, okay, these people are in these positions. They need to acquire the requisite qualifications to understand what we are learning here right now so as to do the right thing. How would we go about it?
First of all, if you are very good with your boss, or you can suggest with some few heads that there will be a need for you guys to have training and seminars. So when these training and seminars are being conducted, they will now appreciate the fact that they need to get professionals in their respective jurisdictions. I hope you understand. But if you're not tactful, and you go or you move ahead, no, this person is not supposed to be here. I've done this, I'm supposed to be here, blah, 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 blah. Hey, madam. So you need to be very tactful, know how to play your cards well, so that they will also appreciate whatever that you've learned. Other than that, you step on so many toes. I hope I've answered you all.
Yes, sir. Very well said.
Thank you.
Sure. Yes, sir. Very well. Thank you.
Lord. Yes, Doc. Doc,
Yes,
so
Pammy.
please, I would like to ask this question on behalf of my colleagues who are within the private sector. You know, we've said a lot of things today, from the procurement cycle through to the processes, to the
Process and
threshold.
planning.
Yes, and all those
Tendering,
important
awarding of
things.
contracts.
Exactly. So
Identification.
all these things that we've spoken of or spoken about, do all these things also apply in the private sector? I'm asking for those found. Is it strictly, do they have to strictly, apply all these in their procurement activities? Thank you.
Thank you, Pammy, for such a wonderful question. Pammy, the private sector is solely private. He or she decides how he or she want to procure their items. The person can decide that, no, I want a sole sourcing. This person is my family man or my relative. So this person is the person that he needs to supply all our stationery. And you dare not. It is my company. This is what I want. This is not for a public sector. It is my private. So I decide whichever way that I want to move the organization. Are you with me?
Yes, sir, I'm with you.
Good.
Mm-hmm. I
Joanna,
get it, but I wanted my other colleagues who find
to
themselves in the
also,
private sector
okay.
to also, yes.
Okay.
Thank
Then
you.
I've append my signature.
Let me throw a bit light on it.
Thank you.
Can I come in?
Joanna?
Sir, so I wanted to ask with regards to what
Hello,
you just
can I come
asked.
in?
Hey,
Oh,
madam.
one after the other.
My name was mentioned.
Oh, okay.
Joanna, go for it.
So
Joanna, we
I
are for
want
Satu
to,
for an Aron Kabio.
okay. So I want to answer what Pamela mentioned. So
Okay.
with the private sector, my organization, we are an NGO. So we have a procurement department and we have a policy that we follow. So we go through, as in the public does, but it's like it's not like you have to make sure that you do a sole sourcing. You need to follow the procedure. So we have a preferred vendors that we normally sort them out when we are purchasing.
GIC?
No, it is DKT International Ghana.
Okay.
So each organization or each public sector or private sector have their own policy that we followed. So it's not like we do things just anyhow. You need to follow the procedure and also do the right thing at the right time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I come in?
Obed.
Mr. Lord.
Yes, boss.
Doc, yeah. Can I, or I should wait when they are done?
Oh, yes. Wait, please.
Okay.
So, this is a question. Assuming you are a new person employed in an organization in a procurement department, and then you were there, your boss called you, go and receive an items without a contract, and the item that they brought you, there's no way they attached to it. What will you do?
Please, the question again.
Yeah, basically what I'm saying is you'll be employed in a new institutions and in a procurement department. And one day you were there, and then your boss called you. They brought an items. Go and receive it. The item doesn't have a contract. Let's say the vendor doesn't have a contract with the company. And when you get there to the company, the vendor that brought the item to doesn't have a way bill. In this circumstance, what must you do?
It's simple. You don't receive those items. Why must you receive?
And your boss is forcing you to receive it.
No, what we are doing, the other time I started my presentation that if you are not disciplined, ethical, straight, you can't enjoy your profession as a procurement officer. Don't let anyone frustrate or intimidate you, but rather know how to curb things down. If your boss is still insisting that you should receive, you tell your boss point blank, these are the reasons why you don't want to receive. Your people don't know yet. This is cases, there has been so many instances whereby I've gone through this, and I won. One was my boss' girlfriend. I think this issue I've shared with you before. So one phone nine is every day be the only phone. If the person is insistent, now you wouldn't get any evidence, any document to back tomorrow. Please don't do. He can't sack you. Don't let anyone frustrate or intimidate you in your field of practice. Never. You own it. Thank you. Francisca.
Doc, good evening, class. Doc, some of us in the private sector, myself as an example, I find myself in a place where it is almost impossible to be ethical and professional.
Wow.
So, I don't know. As the discussion has been going on, and as Pamela already said, how do I even be professional when you can't go against your company or you can't go against your boss? At the end of the day, you don't want to lose your job. You want to keep your job. You are in the process of looking for a job, but you haven't gotten some. But for now, this is what you are feeding on. How do I become very like a professional ethical at the verge of losing my job losing my job? Because some of the things you do are highly unprofessional. but you are in no position to say otherwise. And then again, you yourself, you are the spearhead of the unprofessionalism, because whatever you are doing is wrong. But that is what you're supposed to do to get the work done. How do some of us how do you go about it? Because it's quite impossible, or I don't know, but it is not possible at all. At all. Thank you, Doc.
Franca, it's very serious, and I understand where you are coming from. At times, you need to, keep calm. You pray over it. Advise some people to let your boss consult, or you channel everything through seminars and training. When you people go through those training, now maybe you are the only person from your organization who is schooling at GCTU. So all this knowledge that you've had today, they are still naive. They will be repeating same. But you, from tomorrow going, you will realize that whatever that you were doing, your conscience will start judging you. So supposing there has been some trainings, the thing will transform. And your boss knows that what he's doing is not the right thing. But also you will be so that's how it works. And Ghana, once people are doing the right thing, others too are passing back door to do otherwise. So I will urge you to keep calm. Let's see how best God will push us through. I know that God has a plan for us. It is well, okay?
Okay, Doc. Thank you.
Carol, do you want to talk?
I was talking, so in Francis's case, can we say she would need to document everything that she asked to do?
Yeah.
Because it's very vital that she has.
Carol, my situation, what is even surprising is that, Doc, you go to ministries and they'll call you specially. Once you're working the Chinese, sometimes interpretation becomes a challenge. So normally you have to go with them. So, Doc, you go to a ministry and then a procurement manager will call them aside and give them inside details of whatever they're supposed to do to make sure we win the contract. And sometimes I ask myself, are we doing the country good or bad? At that moment, I can't approach the procurement manager to tell him that whatever you're doing is wrong. The other time you went to a ministry and then they were given a special room to do all the amendments right there and submit it before we go. And I was surprised and I was just wondering. I don't know, but sometimes it is. Well, maybe we'll get there one day.
So, Francis, we come back to the question that was asked earlier, that if you're a private entity, do you follow the Public Procurement Act as you should? So it was a two-way question with regards to what the person asked. So this is the other way, this is the other part of the question. You, as a private entity working with a government institution, so it means as a private entity working with the government institution, you are still expected to go by the Public Procurement Act. But as you're saying, your institution is not doing as they should, which is a bit of a concern here, honestly, sir.
Doc, you go to the port and an officer has seen that this thing is wrong, is going to cost the country. And before you realize, they will tell you that's not possible. But when your boss goes there, then they will give him alternative arrangements. And then at the end of the day, when you go to the office, it's as if when you go there, you don't go and push for the company because your Chinese boss went there and has been able to solve the problem by giving them money at the expense of the country. So with this particular instance, you can't speak for your country, you can't speak for yourself as a professional. So you just have to keep quiet and watch things happen like that. So personally, where I find myself, it's very difficult to be very professional or ethical in my dealings because of how the whole thing is.
Franca, don't be too emotional.
No, sometimes it's worrying, and sometimes you look at we blame the government, but then again, it's individual that is making the whole thing sour. And I don't funny enough, I'm also contributing my part in destroying the country because I sit there and watch them do what they are doing to destroy the country. So that is why sometimes I become emotional when I'm talking about these things. I could voice out, but who am I? I have to keep quiet.
Yeah, I understand you. I share with you perfectly. Here we find ourselves. Siriandi,
Yeah, Prof. I think a lot have been said about this whole brouhaha. And I understand that, yeah, by virtue that somebody is using his own money to run his own company, the PPA laws does not bond the person. But there are some few exceptional cases that they need to bind. That is binding the public private institution, like winning a contract that need to be funded by the states or and external organizations and other things. Then that's where that you need to straightly go by the PPA. And most of the private organizations also use the PPA laws as a foundation to, establish their own internal procurement rules and guidelines. But yeah, I've listened to a couple of them, and I understand how frustrated my colleague is. Where you need to adhere to the principles of professionalism, then the frustrations comes in, and here, that's the reason why we are all learning this. At the end of the day, you find yourself at the top there. The change that you expect to happen must start from you. So I think, at a certain point in time, the whole thing is beyond you. That's why you call for documentations and other things, stating your stance and everything clear in the mail and the documentations, and leaving the rest of the decision by stating what you recommend and you think is the best practices, but leaving the final decisions to the big bosses who have to run. If they do anything wrong, and maybe you're finding yourself in other position, in other job, then you are asked where you had a tough situation that you need to uphold the principles of professionalism, and or you are in an ethical dilemma. How were you able to resolve that? Then you bring such scenario into play for them to know how you do your thing. That one will give them a key notice of the kind of person that they are dealing with. So sometimes you have your hands are tied at your back, but you stick your nose out. And one thing that I believe is that if you stand for the rights, and people will come to know you for who you are. There's a colleague at my workplace that he says he has a personal principles and rules that is in line with organizational ethics and everything. He came, he read it, and if even his boss asks him to do otherwise, he's able to tell the boss that, look, this is my stand and this is the company rules. I'm sorry, I respect you, but I'm unable to do that. But if you can't do that, that one, my hands are off. A client came, he's in a claim department. A client came and he said, oh, I want to see your boss. I think the client claim has delayed and he came to see the boss. He went to the boss and he said like, oh, this person wants to come and see you on this claim. And the boss said, go and tell them the man I'm not there. He told the boss that, Mom, with all due respect,
Yeah, hello, Mr. Andy.
you've lost him.
Yes, I think we have lost him.
Okay, so Dan, we can end it here then.
Oh, okay, sir. All right, sir. Class,
Thank you.
please, I've posted something on the page and kindly visit it shortly for me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
So sorry, I didn't know my iPad was off.
Welcome
Has the
back.
class closed?
Yeah, the class
Has
has
the-
ended.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you.
Welcome.